What's the motherfucking deal? Yes, me and my big head are struggling with this hat. What's the motherfucking deal, man? Welcome to the Den. I hope everybody is having a wonderful evening. I hope everybody is enjoying this super Saturday. I hope y'all are all doing good. That's a bit. I'm gonna catch it out. I'm sure, I ain't really worried about it. Eric gonna put that work on him, so I'm gonna catch that on the flip side. But what's good, my friends in the Den this evening? I hope we're feeling better from yesterday's episode. We won't be talking about politics today. We get folks fired up. But again, first and foremost, welcome to the Den. I am happy to always be your host, and I appreciate you for letting me have the privilege of being your host this evening. I am Ed Honcho. Thank you, and for showing up this evening. I don't ever want y'all to think I take it for granted, because I do not. And you guys are pretty special. Very interesting bunch of folks, and I enjoy all of you Den folk. Y'all definitely add some spice to life, and so I thank y'all for participating in this. And as this thing continues to grow and become something special, I just hope you guys stay with it as we continue on this journey. Before we get into it, man, hey, make sure you're following the Den on all the proper socials, facebook.com/Den Show Live. You can also get to the closed Facebook group, from there. Twitter and Instagram, different platforms, same name, at Den Show Live. You can find the proper pages on both of those. So if you are a Twitter or a Gram user, make sure you follow, and I'll try to keep you guys updated on, whatever we got going for that day, that evening, or future events. Let me see where we're at. If you ever want to get in touch with the Den, you can always call 833-284-3336. The number is 833. The number 2, the Den, is the easy way to remember that. So, if you ever got some constructive criticism, something you want to add, a topic, whatever it may be, and you want to call the Den, feel free to do so, even when we're not live. denshowlive@gmail.com. If you want to send an email for whatever reason, I'll do my best to try to check that out, stay on top of those. thedenshow.com. If you want to tell a friend about the Den, that's the easy way to do it. And if you want to tell them how to catch it live, tell them to go to thedenshow.com/live, and we'll bring them right to the live page if we're live. And if it's not, you can still, y'all know you can still get in the chat, like even when we're not live. If you go to denshow.com/live, you will definitely get, you can still pull up the page and be in the chat. So even sometimes, like, when I'm not live, you can chat. Now, no one else may be there, but you're welcome to do so. But usually 20, 30 minutes before the streams go live, I'm in the chat. I try to keep the chat up if I can. Let's see. Oh, and for those of you, man, shout out. We got a bunch of love yesterday. Shout out to everybody who's been supporting the Den, man. If you want to support the Den, go to streamlabs.com/the Den Show, and I appreciate each one of you Den folk, denizens, friends in the Den, and Den generates who have been showing love. Got a new Den design I'm gonna have coming out maybe Monday or so. Start getting out. This shirt is cool, but I'll give y'all something a little bit more personalized. So that should be coming out real soon. Again, thank you all, and I appreciate y'all. So today we're gonna get into the topic of, are men too emotional? Now we already know women folk. You women folk emotional as hell. We ain't even worried about all that, but that ain't even a question. But we're going to get the females, the ladies, the Den lilies, as some may call them. We're going to get their opinions on, whether men are too emotional. The modern man is too emotional. We're going to get some of the fellas' opinions, if it's okay to be emotional. If you think that, the man these days, most men these days are too emotional, or maybe not emotional enough. People may have different opinions. But before we get into that, let's see who we have joining us in the Den this evening, and let's get into it. So I see DeMarcus, Lady Licious, what's the motherfucking deal? Stina Starry-Eyed, always good to see you. And shout out to Stina Starry-Eyed for supporting via Patreon and being a faithful Patreon supporter. If you would like to support the Den via Patreon by making a monthly pledge, you can go to patreon.com/the Den Show. And as I start getting back on my schedule and doing some more regular videos, you'll get producer credits, or depending on what tier you choose, but there's various tiers that you can choose if you make a monthly pledge that will, offer different options. And I'm going to start doing some more Patreon content for those who have been supported via Patreon. Simply Deep 1985, Just Sarah, the Cool and Vert Footballer 503, Keisha R, Appreciate all of you. Jimmy Cruz, what's the motherfucking deal? Wink. Bro Lee, D Love, what's the motherfucking deal? Jess Sarah. Jess Sarah, it's always good to see you, Jess Sarah. I'm glad you could join us this evening. Culture Anubis, what's the motherfucking deal? Jay Dizzle from the land of the Trill. DeMarcus always put some shit. I should have gave DeMarcus a goddamn shout out talking about I look like a squirrel, huh, nigga? Yeah, Lady Lisa snitched on you. But it's all good. It's all love from my end, man. Killing Boys, what's the motherfucking deal? Always good to see you, James Harden. Damn, as soon as I said your name, you getting timed out. Okay. That's all Gucci. I mean, what you did already, you ain't wasting no well. Yeah, don't take long. You with that other shit. Cassie Cage, what's the motherfucking deal? Good to see you. Glad you could join us. So we need to reduce the mods. Yeah, we got a bunch of mod action tonight. Half the time we don't got none, and then now we have a bunch of mod action this evening. Y'all must have some of y'all must have been bored. Ain't nobody playing. Let's talk about some things. Okay. Oh yeah, look, I'm gonna have to take Gavy Power on that slime shit. We're gonna have to take his mod. Can't have no old slimy mods and shit. That shit is unacceptable. You get one warning. So here's my deal. Here's the thing. And the reason why I say emotion, it really has nothing to do. I know y'all talking about what about last night. You know, I don't think last night was necessarily just a men being emotional thing. I think that's a word that, you know, that most I don't know why this stream is just, it's good. The constant shenanigans. If it ain't one thing, it's another. Let me see here. Again, I don't know what we have going on this evening and why. You know, last night we were fine. Don't change anything. And then here it goes again, doing some buffering and shenanigans. I have altered, adjusted, actually minimized a bunch of the settings, and it's still doing some shit. And like, this is what I'm saying. This is the bullshit that I get frustrated with. I don't know. I have no idea. I don't even know at this point. I really have. I have to figure it out. Let's do this then. This might be the reason why. Let's try this. Bow. So the deal is, you know, like I say, I think that's more of a black issue more so than a man issue. You know, that's a word that's going to offend some folks, and some folks are gonna not even trip on it. So, you know, it is what it is. I did the men dirty by making this topic. No. Oh, trust me, ladies, you got something coming. So I ain't gonna just let y'all off the hook. The ladies, I have something for you tomorrow or Monday. I'm not sure. No, tomorrow's Sunday night confession. So Monday, definitely have something for the ladies on Monday. Yeah, ain't no freebies. Everybody gets it. I'm an equal opportunity destroyer. No, but these are the things we have to talk about. I mean, these are things we just have to discuss. So one of these things being is the modern man. Are they too emotional? Are they too effeminate? And again, these are not necessarily the same thing, because you can be emotional in another way. You can act out in fits of anger, sadness, or, you know, maybe overwhelming, unnecessary happiness. Who knows? But I mean, there's lots of different angles in which you can approach emotions. And I'm gonna spill my thoughts on it. And like I say, we'll open up the Denline, and everyone will be free to call in. And why I say the modern man, and modern man at this point, I guess, what is it? Is it 30 and under? What is the modern man now? We're talking about 2019, 2020 at this point. So you would say, what, if you're born in 1990, you're what, about 30 now? So I guess we're talking about these 90s babies. I guess, you know, we could talk about some of these 80s babies too. You know, I think that is a thing. Very odd, but whatever names you want to make, it's cool. So my thing is this. First, let's kind of talk about it. Is it wrong to be emotional? Is it bad, to be emotional? And I think that you can look at it both ways. It could be a yes and it can be a no. what's the deal? Shout out to Jared Key, man. And I got my fat ass out there playing some tri-ball today, and that was a very enjoyable time. I had a good time, man. Next time Jared comes back through, you guys definitely need to be a part of that. Sweetberry, what's the motherfucking deal? Heidi, Dr. Rabbit, what's the motherfucking deal? Good to see y'all. So, Dylan, what's the motherfucking deal? So again, you know, I think it depends on which emotion that you're being. I think it depends on which, exactly. I think it depends on situations. I think it depends on a lot of things. But, you know, I could tell men or people have changed because, you know, I look at rap music and I go, this is not the gauge of everything, but it's a decent gauge when you look at certain things. And I look at the 90s in which, like I say, modern man, I generally say those about 30 and under. But we can talk about the older folks too, because you know older folks try to catch up with the trends with the youth and all that. And there's some old motherfuckers doing some off the wall shit too. But what I mean by that is, in the 90s, you could not make soft ass rap music. Motherfuckers were not listening to that shit. Rashida, Mello, what's the motherfucking deal? Good to see you. Absolutely, absolutely. We definitely got to get we're gonna get us a good crowd going. I gotta get my ass in shape now. Looking like next time I gotta be ready to really compete. But you know, in the 90s, let's say, and that's why I say I use rap as a gauge. In the 90s, you couldn't make soft ass. Well, you could make soft ass music, but nobody was really listening to that. Vanilla Ice was, what's that word? I don't want to say, not an anomaly. He was a, I can't think of the word I want to use. But basically, he was a special case, okay? And we'll get into that. But even Vanilla Ice tried to be hard. He thought he was hard when he came out. I do not know why we're still having these unnecessary issues. I don't even want to switch it because this is the signal that was giving me the trouble when I went and retested everything. Yeah, if you got to, hit the refresh. And I'm trying to see what's going on back here. I don't know. Let's try this. Let's see if this will assist in the problem. So, here's the deal. Again, and this is terrible. This is terrible. But again, you know, you look at stuff like that. You know, you had to be hard. Again, Vanilla Ice even thought he was hard when he tried to come out with it. You know, when he tried to, and it's me being lazy. Cause I just need to go get a fucking new router. But then even at the same time, when I was doing some other things, it was one signal. I think the 2.4 was giving me the low shit, and then the 5 was actually working fine. But we ain't even forgetting that right now. But we ain't even gonna get into the conversation because I'm gonna get annoyed talking about it. But that's my own fault for being lazy and not going doing it. So my thing is, now you have what they call emo rappers, you know, and they sit there and be like, what's his name? The one that got killed. A couple of them that have actually, I think, the one that got killed or died or whatever it may have been. Triple X, I think the Peep guy they said was an emo rapper. Yeah, that's what I want. But that's the one I'm trying on right now, and that bitch is really on some other shit. That's the one that's been giving me the fucking. That shit has been giving me some fucking other shit. You know. I quit picking out these old extracurricular options. Y'all know what the fuck I mean. The overwhelming majority of the music was hard. The shit nowadays is it's you know, there's whole lanes of soft shit. I Need Love was an R&B song. Fuck y'all. But my thing is this. You have it's almost acceptable. This particular motherfuckers, I'm not gonna name names, but there are some very emotional ass niggas affiliated with some of these streams that I follow. They be all emotional on Twitter and shit. And, you know, sometimes I'm just like, why? They be crying about wanting girlfriends and all this. It's like, niggas don't put that type of shit out in the atmosphere. Like, you know, all this crying about women and shit. Like, niggas don't do that. Men don't do that. They either handle whatever situation they got at home, or they go out and find a woman, or whatever. But like, now it's okay to cry and bitch and moan. Like the stuff that women used to do when they would talk about men, oh, you know, or I need a man, or type those type of situations. Like men, it's like the script is flipped. You know, I just need a girl that's gonna do this. Like, who gives a fuck what you need in a fucking a girl? In the sense of, yeah, it's one thing to talk bad about bitch. You know, we gonna talk bad, we gonna talk shit in here, but it's another thing to sit there and cry about what you don't have. I just wish, you know, I just want a girl that I could cuddle up with at night. And like, don't nobody want to hear that bitch ass shit. Like, this is what the modern man is on like these days, and it's crazy. And like you say, they're emasculating motherfuckers. You know, you look at these motherfuckers wearing dresses and on album covers, and they cool with it. The hip hop, the little Uzis, you know, looking like trannies and shit. You know, Corey, what's the motherfucking deal? Lockwood, what's the motherfucking deal? Router talk gets me emotional, absolutely. And so what you have is stop. But the what you have now is just it's soft. Like whatever you got going on with your old lady, you deal with in-house with your old lady. You know, but now it's like I got to put all my shit out there to the world. I gotta talk about, you know, my feelings with the world. Like, you know, I'm gonna be honest. I think there are times that it is acceptable, but on this day-to-day like relationship shit, it's not acceptable for men to be emotional. And if you the fucking emotional one in a relationship, like what's the broad go do? Like what is her job? You know what I'm saying? Like you supposed to be the one to keep that shit under wraps. So if you got two emotional motherfuckers with each other, I guess you have some lesbians that are dating now. I think there are times though when emotions are acceptable. And I think that is in something that I firmly believe in, and that's life and death. These are things that you cannot change. Technically, life you can end it, but y'all know what I mean. But these are life altering things. Once you lose somebody, you can never get them back. Once you bring someone into this world, you know, and things dealing with someone that you brought into this world, or things dealing with someone that you've lost, I can understand that. But even at times like that, you still have to maintain for the others. We're going to have a damn situation here. All right. And yeah, I'm laughing at this shit. This shit is funny. But you have to be a pillar. As a man, you're supposed to be a pillar. As a man, you're supposed to be a foundation. And I'm not saying that you can't hate when you got some alone time and you look, break down, let it all out. You know what I'm saying? But you have to be that, not standard, but you have to be that representative of the, what they call it, the stoic mindset. But nowadays, like I say, you have men who become as emotional as women. In a lot of these scenarios, you have a men who become as again, like I said, I just don't know. It's just odd to me. What the fuck was that? Cut this fucking noise off. Who the hell already called into dead? Let's be serious. The line ain't even fucking off. So that'll get you nowhere. Again, you know, y'all niggas there. I worry about y'all. Y'all be taking up space. Again, I don't get it. I don't understand why. It was something that happened the other day, and it was making me think about when I was young, and we were talking about that little day. We was kind of a little angry, a little heated on this sauce, and I guess Winkett got into it with one of them young dudes or whatever. And I don't know what it was. The dude was like, well, I'm only 18. You argue with me, you 30 something. Like, that's not some shit a nigga cried about. Like, I remember being, 15, 16, and we would get into it with grown motherfuckers. Like, they wasn't like, hey, well, I'm only 15, man. What do you, look at you. Like, nah, nigga, what the fuck? What you want to do? You want to do something? Fuck you. You know what I'm saying? Like, we was letting our nuts hang at a young age. These niggas now, they look for any fucking, they want to talk shit. And I wonder how much of this has to do with social media. How much of this has to do with social media? That, Donovan Mitchell, aka Spitz the next go. But how much of this has to do with social media? How much of this has to do with being raised in single parent, generally single mother households? How much of this has to do with the music? Is it a combination of everything? And I just look and I just wonder about all the factors that go into the behaviors of modern day people. And again, it's not just music, it's not just the kids, because there's some soft ass fathers out here, I briefly look at these motherfuckers involved in the R. Kelly case. There's no way, no real man would let some dude, if they really believed his daughter was in a situation, it wouldn't be all this shit that's going on. That's why I don't believe any of them. You know what I mean? That's why I don't believe any of them, because there's no way a real father would allow that. If he truly believed that this man has abducted, brainwashed, done whatever the fuck to his daughter, he gonna go get her back. Like, again, this is why I say life and death. If you brought this person into this world, you're gonna get emotional. You're gonna get reactionary behind that person. But again, these are just my opinions. And again, he's an older man, so it's not just about the music. It's not just that. But I want to know what you guys think is the cause. I mean, do you guys think that modern men are more emotional than men of old? Is it the standard? Because, now it's about, men, it's okay to cry. It's okay to do this. It's okay to do that. When back then you had your John Waynes, who people say are racist. That's whatever. You had the characters who represented men on TV were much tougher. It wasn't about all that emotional shit. You didn't see all that type of stuff. Now you see the guys on TV are represented usually are much weaker men in the sense of even the body types. You know what I mean? It's a lot of low key things that are happening. And I think that these things send subtle messages to others that the behavior is okay. You know what I mean? I think that we have safe spaces. It doesn't matter, Kenneth. Sometimes you just got to get timed out. You know what I mean? That's all you need. The world is emotional now. So again, my thing is this: targeting on Kenneth. No, we don't care. It's just Kenneth. My thing is this. Said my wife told me to shut my bitch ass up and thank her for the motivation. Oh no. But again, it's just, again, like I say, is it the images that are portrayed? Because the media has a big impact on the world. They affect the way we think, the way we view stuff. And again, it is what it is. It's not your lingo. You have no lingo. Kenneth, you're from Honduras. There's no lingo in Honduras. But here's the deal, man. We're going to open up the line and I'm going to let y'all speak, man. I'm just going to let y'all speak. I ain't going to lie, mine's kind of a little all over the place. I'm a little slightly annoyed because of the shit. Like I say, I thought I made the proper adjustments and everything was working fine the last couple of streams. And, now it's back to the shenanigans. So I may be tinkering a little bit in the background, but I got to get on my shit. I need to go probably tomorrow, go to Best Buy. I fucking went and played Tri-Ball today. Fooling with y'all late last night. I ain't look, I'm letting y'all know this probably gonna be, I'm being dead serious. I'm finna get on my shit, because I be telling y'all I'm gonna go 2 hours, be fucking with y'all for 5 hours and shit. Because I fucks with y'all. I like y'all. I enjoy the conversation. I think things are very interesting. But, I can't be doing that shit. 2 hours, give me a little bit of rest so I can continue to bring you better content throughout the day and shit. Oh shit! But while we at it, hey, let's have some fun. I ain't looking. Let's hit this one. Bow. ATL family out. But so like I said, I'm gonna get back on my shit. But we'll probably have a lengthy stream this evening. We may go a little over 2, depending on how the conversation gets. But getting back to the confessions and things tomorrow, we're going back to the 2-hour rule and the 5-minute rule, and getting back on point with everything, because I got to start implementing my workouts back out. Because I ain't gonna lie, I've like slacked off for the last couple of months, and motherfucker, get out of here. And it shows. It definitely shows. I can feel it. So it is what it is. Let's get it opened up, though, man. Let me get the number here. Let me get the proper shit opened up. See, I don't know why the fuck it's doing that. Let me see. Oh, yeah, you know exactly. Shout out to Jay Dizzle, man. You already know what it is. Some of these behaviors are just unacceptable, man. It's just certain stuff that I don't comprehend, man. Like, I just cannot comprehend, But I just saw your text, so yes, you know exactly what I'm talking about. The right number. Get the Denline open. Let's get some calls in, man. I want to know what y'all feeling. I want to know what y'all are thinking about this particular topic. Ladies especially, I want to know how y'all feel. I want to know what y'all think about the modern man. What trends do you see in the youth? Do you think that they are doomed to a life of soft simpery? Because, we have some well-known simps in the chat, so that's not even a thing. We're familiar that Kenneth has been simping his young life away. I'm gonna put the Denline. I want to move that. Let's get that in a better space. Let's put that right here. Let's put it in the corner. I don't know what is it. I don't know. There we go. All right, let's get it together. I'm gonna take that off there too. So. Lifetime TV is murder. Again, though, because I look at these motherfuckers and I look at it, like I say, it's not just about, like I say, being sad. It's not just about being upset. Can you be overly emotional and always overly happy? Is that a thing? Is there anything wrong with being overly happy? Is there anything wrong with being too happy? Is that something you would consider emotional? Or is that just an overly positive person? Is that a negative trait? That's what I'm trying to figure out. We're talking about modern men being overly emotional, how they have ladylike emotions these days, especially a lot of the younger men, that they put their feelings out about certain things like women do or generally tended to do in the past, and now kind of men kind of do it too. You used to always have the women's magazines discussing, relationships and what was that shit, dear Abby, or something like that. But hey, Unique, it's always good to see you. Glad you could join us this evening. It's been a while. And so, but now you got men on Twitter and these other platforms. I see it all over the place, and it's just weird to me. It's awkward. I understand the ones that are trolling and the ones that are jokes, but there's other ones who are just on some simpish stuff. Like even dudes who be using these fucking female Snapchat filters and shit like that. Now, if you're gay, that's one thing. If you're gay, that's a different conversation. I think it makes more sense. But to call yourself a straight man and to do some of the things that modern men do, I find it extremely awkward, I find it extremely awkward. So I had a guy call me, but it was uncomfortable. You feel bad for him. Now, like I say, I think that, but is it a bad thing? Because they talk about when you suppress your emotions, and I'm a person, like I say, I keep a lot of shit to myself. Sometimes I vent in the den. Every now and then I'll speak to someone. But the thing about me is, like, when I speak to somebody, it's usually about lower. It's like a. I don't want to say Tetris. I'm trying to think of the proper analogy. It's like it's to the point where shit is stacked up so much that just some of the lower level bullshit gets forced out. And it's just like, maybe if I just vent this out just a little bit, I just release this valve just slightly, just take a little bit of the pressure off, and I'll deal with everything else. And then, I'll figure out the rest and just kind of deal with it like that. Oh, again, but they say, suppressing all that stuff, they say it's bad for you in the long term. They say, now this is what the studies say, that men suppressing these emotions, we've learned that they're bad. But I think it's a necessary thing. I really do believe that it is necessary. And so I question a lot of shit. Say modern men marrying each other so it's gay. Be using a dog. Come on, man. Look, I don't take pictures, much less fucking use filters. I take like 1 to 2 selfies a year, and that's like way too many. It's like one maybe to update some shit, and if I'm feeling myself. But nah, fuck it, all them filters. If I use a filter, it's like a black and white filter, some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Like I just can't. I can't do it though. Like it's just the shit that men do is just weird. And again, like I said, I wonder what is the cause of this. What is making men engage in these behaviors? Yeah, fucking, animal filters, trying to look like emojis and shit. And they're like, that's from women, And I have a thing about Snapchat filters and stuff like that too, but that's another conversation. But that's for the ladies. Let the ladies have the photo filters. You shouldn't be taking that many damn pictures anyway. If you're taking that damn many damn pictures in the first place, I'm wondering what's going on with you anyway. So damn, I gotta tell you, I was every day that he left. I don't know about that. No, I mean that's it. Hold on, we might have some more issues here. Some buffering badness. I'm highly upset. Let's see what we got going on here. I'm trying to figure out why this is using so much. It's not even doing anything. I'm trying to figure out why is this so much of this? This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna switch some shit up because this and that. Just cut that nonsense out because there's no reason for that to even be open. I don't even understand why it's using that many resources, not even doing anything. You have actual programs that are being used, not using up that much shit. So here, let's slide this back over. Let's check this out. Maybe we'll have to do something. We're gonna have to change the game up a little bit. All right, cool. We'll do it like this. This will work. Yeah, this will definitely work. Oh man, I forgot. I got a trick up my sleeve for those who need to be timed. I just can't see on this one whenever y'all actually do it, but it's no biggie. We'll make it work. Hopefully this will keep it in order. So again, like I say, the thing about it is men are strange. You see, you got to get back to you ready. You can't. Yeah, okay. Well, yeah, I gotta do the same. I've been late night doing too much and getting back right. But I appreciate you coming through, Unique. I appreciate it. So again, like I said, here's the deal. Dreadlock interference. That's funny. But again, like I said, I think the ladies are scared. Y'all scared to talk about men with y'all. Y'all afraid the niggas gonna come back and say something about y'all. It ain't gonna hurt y'all, man. You know what I'm saying? Oh, too much to drink. Oh, hey, let's see. I'm going to to make an example out of someone. Who's going to be the example being made? But again, like I say, I don't know. And I'm just curious about the ladies and their experience. Because again, this is me being a man. I'm just looking at other dudes and just like, man, this is odd. This behavior is odd. Like, are women accepting this? Are women finding this okay? Because it just seems like you might as well have a girlfriend, a homegirl or something that you would talk to about these type of situations. And, you know, these type of occurrences. And again, if you're a man that's emotional, if you're a man that's out there with the Snapchat filters and all that other stuff, explain yourself. I mean, why do you do it? You know, the den line is open. Y'all acting like y'all afraid to call in. I want to know what y'all feel, man. Oh no, I don't want to do that. That's not what I want to do. I just want to do. No. That's not what I want to do. Maybe it makes it so difficult. Here, we'll just do it like this. I guess this will work. No, I don't want to do that. Oh, here we go. Yeah, let me know if that worked. Because like I said, I don't have the other dilly up. Okay. All right. What did it say? I don't even know what it said. I have no idea. Don't be giving the secret. You can't give them the secret, man. That's just all right, cool. All right. Yeah, I have some certain things on the whatchamacallit that I can use. I don't know what it said. Like I said, because I don't have the regular chat up. Because the regular chat's tripping for some reason. But again, I want to know what you guys think. I want to know what's on your mind. I want to know how y'all feel. And even if y'all don't want to talk about sensitive ass men, because y'all being some sensitive ass niggas right now, you know, whatever's on your mind, feel free. Call into the den line. You know, the den is always free for all. Because half the time when we do be on the topic, motherfuckers be calling on some other shit anyway. So whatever's on your mind, feel free to call into the den and see what we got going on. All right. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening?
Hey, yo, Honcho, this is Dylan calling in.
Already. What you want to drop on the den line this evening, Dylan?
Okay, so first of all, the name of the UK rapper, I think it was like Roddy Rich or something like that, like Roddy, like Ricch or something.
Okay.
But I think that men are more sensitive these days is because, like, I mean, I'm personally, like, I've grown up, like, around this culture and, like, shit. Like, I'm, like, 17 and stuff, so I don't know, like, about, like, before the 2000s and stuff like that. But I think people are just more sensitive, mainly because they're just allowed to be more sensitive. Like, back then, like, I think that, and even, like, in early 2000s, like, if people were, like, talking about the stuff that you were talking about, like, complaining, like, man, I don't have a woman, like, blah, 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 like, you're going to get made the fun of, bro, like, back then. And now it's just all like, man, I don't either, bro. Like, squat up together. Like, shit. And it's just like, people are just more allowed to be more sensitive, I think. It's just how it is. I think people have always been sensitive, but it's just more, since people are allowed to be more sensitive, it's just become more like open and online social media.
Okay, and I do agree. I mean, you make a very good point. And with social media, you're allowed to find those groups who support your same beliefs, and allow that kind of behavior to be a thing. So I definitely agree with you on that one. That's a very interesting perspective on that. That's okay. And you said Roddy Ricch. I've heard that name before, so I'm gonna have to look into it. Like I said, I don't know. I can't just say I know his music, but I've heard the name, and so I'm gonna definitely have to check that out. You know what I'm saying?
And I think I mentioned this in like the den yesterday, like in the chat, but it's reported that David Hogg, the Parkland shooting survivor, quote unquote survivor, if you want to believe that he's there or not, but that's a different discussion, got into Harvard with like a 1420 on his SAT score. So there's some suspect stuff going on right there.
Oh yeah, that's crazy. That's and again, like I say, it's you got to pay attention, and it's almost similar to what Prepaid Mike called in and said last night about the dude who was in that Vice thing being at the Jesse Smollett. I didn't have a chance to check it out, but I'm gonna look into it. Looking real similar. Man, this media shit is really weird, and sometimes it's like, man, I really do consider just one to unplug.
Whoa, wait. Sorry to. Okay, I just pulled up the article, and it's not a 1420. It's a 1270 according to Insider. So.
And you got into Harvard with that.
Yes.
Oh, that's terrible. Okay. Yes.
Man, if I could get in, I mean, like I got like pretty high up, and I mean, if the 1270 is getting people into Harvard, then like I should just like get the degree right off. Like I don't even have to go to college with my SAT score.
Man, that's wild, and that's what I'm saying. Make a name for yourself and get special treatment these days. That's some crazy shit, man. That's wild.
Yeah.
1270. That's it. Okay. That's
okay.
I've been looking at that, but I appreciate the call there, Dylan.
Yep.
All right.
No problem. Okay. Bye.
So Roddy Rich, I'm looking at that, but I agree with what he said, man, about nowadays that men are allowed to be, and I think now that because you're allowed, and I think the combination of pushing the softer male, pushing the toxic masculinity. I'm surprised I hadn't even said that yet. That term, I hate that fucking term. But now, toxic masculinity and all the things that come with being a man. You have all these fugazi ass male feminists. That's a word I could never fucking use. I don't hate women. I want, I feel all women should be treated just as equal. If you want to do whatever, you should have every right to do so. But, we do have to acknowledge certain differences. I mean, let's just be realistic. But I'm not going to tell any woman not to. God bless your ears. I apologize. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening?
What is going on, Honcho? This is Dr. Rabbit 19.
Already, Dr. Rabbit. What would you like to drop in the den tonight, Dr. Rabbit?
In my opinion, yes. I do think modern men are too emotional, but I don't really see it often. And my justification for that is because from my past experiences, a lot of the people that I've been around try to act hard, like when they're like upset and stuff. Like if they ever get what's the word, butthurt. Like if they ever like get a little bit, like they feel like they get mad, but they don't want to like show it. If that makes sense.
So, okay, so you say they try not to show it. So is it that? Do you feel like it's the facade in which they put up, it's transparent, like you see through it? Do you think that is really their character? I mean, so because you say you believe it, but you don't see it, so that's kind of where I'm a little bit confused by what you're saying.
It's like they don't. They don't really. I think they feel that it's their vulnerable side, like the side where you see them, like kind of, like it makes them look weak. Is what I'm trying to say. They don't want to. I think they don't want to show their emotion because it makes them look weak. When in all reality, it's okay to like show emotion. Sometimes, like if you're hurting.
So either it's okay or it's not. I mean, so what are the sometimes in your opinion that it's okay to show emotion?
Like if you're just having a bad day because one of your relatives unfortunately passed away, or if your dog died, or any sort of tragic event that occurred that you know of to someone that you we're very like close to. And in those times, it's okay to like, it's okay to show emotion.
Okay. Are there any other times that you would consider it okay to show emotion?
Can't really. I'm pretty sure you could see it, and I'm pretty sure you could see it anywhere. But I wouldn't. But I can't really name any examples. I'm pretty sure you could see some examples in real life, but I can't name any.
Okay. All right. I mean, that's interesting. What about happiness? I mean, what's wrong with the emotion? Is that a bad emotion to show? Or are you allowed to be a happy individual?
In my opinion, hell yeah. Shit. You know, most of the time, you know, a lot of people are not happy. Mm-hmm. And I can attest because I wasn't happy, but now, like, I don't really find happiness, but I'm finding enjoyment in what I'm doing.
Okay.
Happiness is something that you don't be afraid to show that you're happy. Unless it's for the wrong reason. Okay. And I'm not going to go into the wrong reason because that's an entirely different story, but don't be afraid to show that you're happy. And if you really want to, make someone else happy.
Okay. Just curious. I don't know. Like I say, I agree. I don't think there's anything wrong with showing your happiness, and I don't think there's anything wrong with making others happy. I think that's actually a good trait to have. Okay. Just an emotion, and I was just wanting to get your input on it. Anything else that you would like to add to this conversation?
Nah, because I'm approaching that 5-minute mark. But that's all I got, Honcho.
All right. Well, I appreciate your call, Dr. Rabbit.
All right, bye.
All right. Very odd. What's the motherfucking deal, Montero? Say, men are showing too much emotion nowadays. America's losing its men. I agree. I think that there is a problem. And again, like I say, you know, with the, again, I don't know what the agenda you want to talk. I'm sure there's so many agendas that are impacting it. And we talked about music. We talked about, you know, society saying, you know, hey, getting in touch with your feminine side, which I don't know if that's a thing. That's an odd thing to say. You know, toxic masculinity and those beliefs. And so now you have men who buy into this toxic masculinity belief and, well, I'm not going to be a toxic man. I don't know what the fuck that means. But ultimately, I think that we again, I'm trying to figure out the source because, again, like I say, you know, it wasn't always a thing. It hadn't been a thing until recently. And I kind of got to go back to what Dylan said, is because now it's acceptable. And now, because of the world we live in, you'll find people who are willing to support you in your beliefs. All right. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening?
Motherfucking lady.
What's the motherfucking deal? Who would like to drop the den this evening?
Okay, so, all right. Well, as far as nowadays, why people are so okay with it, I mean, it's kind of like, you know, wearing pink shirts as a dude. You know, but before, when I was in high school and middle school and stuff like that, I mean, you wore a pink shirt or something similar to it, you know what I'm saying? You was just like automatically gay or a wuss or, you know what I'm saying, whatever. And then Cameron came out. He started wearing the pink shirts, made it okay for everybody else to start wearing pink shirts and blah, 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 and it was all good. Which is fine. You know, color is just color, so that's fine. It don't bother me none, but it is a big difference from then and now, but it also it's because, like you said, like social media, you know what I'm saying, you know about it, you see about it a lot more now because you have social media and people are so on it, you know what I'm saying? So I think that's why you see it a lot more. Like, as far as the emotional thing, like, that's it. I wouldn't want no man to be sensitive, you know. If that was the case, I might as well be with a female. Sorry. You know what I'm saying? But I know I'm fucking emotional and shit like that. I don't want to have to deal with no other emotional ass. Because like you said, you know, I'm be looking at them like, okay, I'm the emotional one. You're supposed to be the strong one. You know, but it does happen. You know what I'm saying? Like, okay, for instance, you know, when my husband's mother passed, you know, okay, yeah, he had every right to be emotional, you know what I'm saying? But that was like one of those times where I had to step up and be the strong one and stuff like that to try to be there for him and everything like that, you know. But just to have somebody that sensitive that they cry over everything, man, that's so weird to me. You know, I'm not used to that. My daddy, you know what I'm saying? Like, I never seen him cry. And when I did, it was like so emotional for me. It's like, oh my God, you know, oh my God, it's an actual grown man crying, you know what I'm saying? Now when you see it, it's like, you know, you kind of get used to it now. Back then, it wasn't the same thing. It was just like, damn, you know, to see somebody in the movie, a grown man cry about something in the movies or something, that was just like, oh, you know, just a man crying. Like, it was just the worst thing ever. But I don't know. Too sensitive is just too sensitive. Like I said, you might as well just be a female then.
Okay.
I don't know.
So, you know, because you said something, you mentioned social media, so it got me thinking. Do you think that maybe there has always been this amount of feminine men, not feminine, now we're not necessarily picking on effeminate men, but we're talking about emotional men. But I think effeminate men are emotional too. But do you think that there's always been this amount of emotional men? Excuse me, but we just didn't really see it until social media enabled it. And then now you see it because they have a platform in which to kind of express that behavior. Do you think that's what it is? Or do you think that there's really been a culture shift that has caused men to become more this way?
I mean, a little bit of both. It kind of, you know, because back then it was like I said, I mean, you was a punk, you was a wuss, you know, stuff like that. If you got caught like that, you know what I'm saying, you get your ass whooped for stuff like that, you know. And nowadays it's just more acceptable. So, you know, it could be that they were there, but you know what I'm saying, they were scared. It's kind of like, you know, like gays back then, you know what I'm saying? It's like you kind of knew that motherfucker was in the closet, you know, but they weren't out there like that. They didn't put themselves out there like that. But now it's okay, you know what I'm saying? So I don't know. Like I told you before, I think some people use that shit as a fad now. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's just cool to be. Everybody wants to be gay. I ain't gonna say everybody, but you know. It's crazy. But yeah, I do think it's social media because, like I said, you don't have half of the information you used to back then. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, you had like Yahoo chat or something like that, you know. But even then, it ain't like it is now. You know what I'm saying? Now you can actually put faces to the words, you know what I'm saying, in the chat rooms and stuff Yahoo like that, too. Live, you know what I'm saying? Huh?
So Yahoo chat used to be live, though.
Hell yeah. That shit was crazy. That's why all that shit y'all was talking last night, I don't give a damn. I'm used to it. I used to be all up in that damn Yahoo chat for real, but damn, I'm old. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think it's that bad, but like I said, I don't know. It just seems like you more of a punk to me because that's not what I'm used to. Like I said, when I used to see a grown man cry, it was like, oh my God, you know, it's like the worst thing ever or the most saddest thing ever. And it's like now you know, cry, it's like, goddamn, everybody fucking crying now. You know, it's not the same emotion anymore because everybody doing it.
What about when Keith Sweat used to be crying on them records?
Listen here, don't talk about Keith Sweat, okay? Keith Sweat was not crying. That was love right there. You ain't never gonna get that shit nowadays. Not like that. Now y'all wishing Keith Sweat would come back. Fuck that. I used to love Keith Sweat. I don't care. He had a distinct voice. Everybody talking like he sounded like Mosquito. No, he just had a distinct, unique voice. When he came on the radio, you knew that's who the fuck it was.
Mosquitoes?
Man.
I've never heard that.
That's all right. I love his mosquito ass. That's fine. He can see me out my drawers any day.
Well,
I'm sorry, baby, but yeah.
I'm gonna be calling someone's husband and telling them about that.
No. Don't be snitching. I know I snitched last night, but don't be snitching on me. I'll play the game.
Can't believe that Key Sweat. Well, but here's the deal. So again, is there any circumstance, outside of death? We're talking about we're talking about emotions. I guess we're all looking at the crying aspect of it. But is there any other situation where being an emotional man is acceptable?
I mean, yeah, if you're happy, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you are happy, emotional, I mean, I would love for everybody to be happy. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's nothing wrong with that. It's just when you got the sadness, you know what I'm saying, it kind of rubs off on people sometimes, you know what I'm saying? So, like, damn, this motherfucker sad and mopey all day, you know what I'm saying? And goddamn, I'm going to be sad and mopey all day because you just fucked up my whole damn mood, you know what I mean? But, I mean, happy, and I mean, of course, it depends on what you're sad about, you know what I'm saying? Like, if you're just sad and stressing over because of fucking bills, well, it ain't going to change just because you're sad. Like, you need to come up with a plan and let that be that. But, happy, excited, there's nothing wrong with that shit. And I know you mentioned something on the chat filters. Yeah. Y'all, men, that shit is not okay. That shit is not fucking cute. If I see that shit, you can call yourself straight all motherfucking day, but I guarantee as soon as anybody sees that damn picture, they're going to be like, yeah, he gay.
I find that shit very odd. I find that shit extremely odd. I don't.
Right. Like, why you putting eyelashes, long lashes on? Like, it would be one thing if the motherfucker was real and you'd be like, God damn, you got some pretty ass eyes and long ass lashes, but now you doing a film? Hell no. Hell no. And then you got blush and all. No.
Yeah, I don't know.
You might as well put on makeup.
Yeah, I don't know about either one of those. Yeah,
filters with hearts and shit.
You might need to do that. So here is the deal. Okay. I don't want nobody getting on me, even though ain't nobody even, calling in and all that other stuff. I don't want nobody giving me a hard time.
Right, so I don't want to hear shit about lady get off the fucking phone like they did me yesterday.
Excuse me. Okay, well look, she charges y'all if she hitting y'all with the receiver. You know what I'm saying? So, but yeah,
Honcho, can I say something about yesterday though?
Go for it. What would you like to say?
Okay, somebody, I don't know who it was, but when I see him in the chat, you know what I'm saying, I'm going to call his ass out because that shit pissed me off. That's the only thing that pissed me off about whatever everybody else was talking about. I don't even care because there ain't nothing new about the den. You know what I'm saying? Everybody talk shit and that's cool. But there was like one specific person that said something about why you were talking to me, you know what I'm saying? Yes, some things I was laughing about, but I listened to you, Honcho, you know what I'm saying? I listen to everybody on what they got to say, you know what I'm saying? Even though my mindset isn't on Republican, Democrat, and, blah, 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 you know what I'm saying? I do listen, I do try to learn, you know what I'm saying? But this motherfucker said something that I was laughing like you was beneath me or some shit like that, and I was like, what the fuck? I mean, I ain't seen nobody else say nothing like that, but now, you know damn good and well, I don't think none of y'all are beneath me, you know what I'm saying? Yeah. At all, period, you know what I'm saying? So, whoever the fuck said that, fuck you, yo. I mean, I find out, I see the little picture, but, yeah. That shit was crazy. I was like, I'm high. I can't giggle, bitch.
Yeah, I definitely, I don't know, I guess I didn't, I guess I ain't noticed that shit. I mean, and like I say, when people are calling in, I've been trying to avoid the chats as of late because I can't fuck with y'all in the chat because y'all be having me on some other shit. And I'll be fucking up. I'll be fucking up laughing and then, getting distracted. So I can't be fucking with y'all in the chat while I'm trying to get things, trying to have this conversation and stuff. So, but no, don't worry about it. It's no big deal. Like I said, I ain't see it. I didn't feel that way. If it would have, maybe I'd addressed it or whatever.
Okay, because I was going to say, like, I hope you didn't. Well, I don't think you felt that way. Everybody know I was fucking high, so it is what it is. I was just giggling because I'm a giggly ass when I'm high, so it just is what it is, But I do want to mention this, though, because a lot of people are talking shit like, come on, ladies, come up there next time, blah, blah, blah. Okay, well, fine. I was asking a question. I didn't want to be rude and be like, no comment, click. But I guess that's what I have to do for to be happy, you know what I'm saying? It is what it is. But I told y'all off gate, you know what I'm saying? I'm not that, all into the government type person. I don't watch the news like that. It's some things that I see, you know what I'm saying? And yeah, I just said, no, I don't like them, you know what I'm saying? I do have some reasons on why I said I didn't like them, you know what I'm saying? Like the, Puerto Rico thing, just how he handled that situation and how he talked about it. I didn't like that, you know what I'm saying? I mean, it just is what it is. But, like I said, he might be better, you know what I'm saying? He probably is if I really dug deep into it, but I don't pay attention to that shit, so maybe I shouldn't have called in, but it is what it is. Fuck it.
Well, everybody's entitled to share their opinion, so, I'm glad that you did. And hey, because somebody has to be for the other side, because the other side is getting votes from somewhere or whatever else it may be. So even if you disagree or maybe whatever you feel, it's good to understand what various people feel. Even if people feel like you may not be as in tune into policies and politics and those things as you should be, it's good to know why certain people feel the way they feel, even if it may be an emotional connection. It may not be, again, like I say, policies or whatever it may be. So there's nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that.
Right. Okay, I appreciate that. All right, well, I'm going to get off. I ain't trying to hold up the line. I don't want to hear nobody talking.
Yeah, they're going to be talking about you, but that's a bit. I appreciate you calling in, Miss Lady.
Yeah, you know it. All right.
All right, have a good one. Interesting. Yeah, that political conversation was very interesting. Them politics, babe. What do they say? You're never supposed to talk religion, politics, or something else. There's like 3 things you're never supposed to talk about that for some reason, we always talking about in the den, whether we try to or not. But again, look, somebody got to use the line. God damn it. But yesterday was a very interesting conversation, and I was just thinking about it. Let's talk about some stuff. Because there was some drama yesterday. Kind of, sort of. I guess it depends on the perspective in which you were looking at it. And some people felt a particular way. Some people felt a different way. Some people were kind of, I wouldn't say neutral, but, it is what it is. And my thing is, the 335 you was watching that shit earlier. That's what I'm talking about. But my thing is, ultimately, I don't know. I don't believe anything. Let's take this call. I don't believe you, texter. I don't know what you're talking about. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling in to the Denline this evening?
What's up, Honcho? This is D-Love.
D-Love, what's the motherfucking deal, D-Love? What would you like to drop on the Denline this evening?
So first off, I would like to thank you for hanging up on me when I was trying to spill some stuff in the Texans the other day.
Man, I did not hang up. Man, I don't know what happened. I was just sitting there, and I don't know if you had called back or not after that, but I did not hang up on you. I never hang up on. I might have hung up on like one person, but I have never hung up on anybody on the sauce line, unless it was Kenneth. Yeah, I've hung up on Kenneth. But no, I didn't deliberately do it.
No, I'll just mess with you.
All right.
No, I'm pretty sure it's my Wi-Fi. It does that, like, when I'm too far away from it, even though I'm like 3 feet away from it. But yeah. It just okay. So as far as the topic, are men too emotional? Or modern day men too emotional?
Yeah.
I mean, I know there's a flaw in both modern men and women. But as far as me, like I would, you said something?
No, I'm listening to you.
Okay, so as far as me personally though, like I'm just one of those people who just don't, or maybe like not comfortable with crying, you know, get an emotion, all that, you know, because grief and all that stuff. But yeah, I never really felt comfortable just crying whenever I was down and stuff. And even when I'm, you know, even when I'm just overly stressed on my job, and you know, you go to this thing called behavioral health where you go talk to somebody, you know, about your day, and they, you know, they kind of mentor you. Like I don't even like doing that because I don't like people saying me when I'm down. I just even though it's not healthy and it's not, you know, because I probably should get some help in that. Going through it and stuff like that, but I don't know. I got a issue with pride. But as far as modern day men, I mean, I notice men that they're like more kind of feminine now. I mean, it's even here in the military though. It's like, you know, back, you know, even on TV, you know, when you think of the military, you see a strong man, brave and all that. Which there are some men that are brave and some crazy people who just want to blow stuff up and all that stuff. We got that here, but we do have some feminine men in the military and all that. And I'm cool with some of them. You know what I mean? I'm cool with some of them. I mean, if there's any feminine men that I'm not cool with, it'll be because of some other stuff, like maybe they're annoying, maybe they just get on my nerves, just like every other man. But I'm not too sure if men are too emotional. I mean, I don't. What do you consider too emotional for a man?
Like I was saying, you know, you have certain men nowadays that I was talking about earlier on is like men who cry about relationships, and I'm not even talking about necessarily relationships that they're in. Like I see a lot of it. You know, again, I got to get off the Twitters, I guess, sometimes. But you know, motherfuckers crying about wanting a girlfriend or some shit like that. You know, that's stuff like women used to do. You know, put that out there publicly. Oh, I need a man type shit, or you know, the stuff they'd write in articles, or you know, it was Cosmo. 32 ways to find a man or do some shit for you. But like niggas be on that shit. Like men, you know, let me make sure I'm using the right A's and ERs before we start another ride. But, you know, dudes are on that shit nowadays, and they put it out there like openly and just on these platforms and stuff. And a lot of it just seems odd to me. And that's why I say I question, is it the availability? Have men always been like this? Now that the platform is available, are they doing it? Are they doing this in hopes that it's going to attract some woman's going to be attracted to their sensitive, emotional side? Like, you know, and what I'm saying is just putting themselves out there in a just a weak manner, in my opinion. Again, like I say, everybody has emotions, but it's how you react to those emotions. And I think a lot of dudes are putting themselves out there in a way that paints a very negative picture. And then we was talking about niggas using these Snapchat filters too. I think that shit is suspect.
Yeah, I heard you. Yeah, I never understood that though. I never understood, you know, this goes for both genders. I never understood like needing a boyfriend or a girlfriend. Like I need to be in a relationship. What I think is that people need to work on themselves first. Because I never looked at being in a relationship as a necessity. I mean, it's convenient, you know what I mean? You know, if you find somebody that can, you find somebody in your life that could, you know, that'll ride with you to the end. But I never understood, you know, needing a boyfriend or a girlfriend. I don't understand how that works. And, you know, I had an Instagram back in the day. And, you know, I would see, like, I would scroll, you know, see what's up and everything. And I would often see people, like, post, you know, petty posts, like, there's everybody for somebody except for me and stuff like that. And you're like, are you serious? And I don't think you need a boyfriend or a girlfriend. I just think, you know, there's priorities in your life that comes before that. You know, maybe you have a goal. Maybe I know you have aspirations, and you know, being in a relationship should not be one of those aspirations. But that's just how I look at it. And yeah, I do see men doing that sometimes. I'm just like, but you know, I don't really. I guess I don't hold men and women to a certain standard. Just, you know, equality, right? Yeah, but that's.
What you got? What?
Were you gonna say something?
No, I was gonna let you finish because I already lost my train of thought.
Okay, yeah, but no, I guess that's all I wanted to talk about.
Okay. As you're saying something about equality, and I understand the equality thing, but I think there's still certain standards that must be upheld. And one of those is that the man has to be able to control his emotions. And I'm not saying that men should never cry and all this other, but it's just the way that these men behave. You know, hey, you're going to take losses, and sometimes the world is going to put you all the way in a motherfucking. But you know what? You got to go find a fucking empty room, a closet, or some shit. I don't know what it is, but you can't just always be constantly pouring that out there to the world. You know, just these over emotional responses to everything. You know, you got to fucking figure out a way to deal with that shit and keep pushing. You know, you got like a whole 5-minute freebie to get that shit out. You know what I'm saying? And then keep pushing. Like,
don't get me wrong, though. Yeah, don't get me wrong. I do think there, some gender roles that should still be intact. And I do think men should be like more decisive in a relationship sometimes. And like I told you, I mean, I don't feel comfortable, letting people know when I'm down and I need to put out my emotions and stuff like that. I guess it's just a powerful thing, but it's kind of hard to do it as a male. Yeah, I do believe that there are some gender roles that should still be attacked. When I said equality, that's not what I mean. That's not what I meant by any means. But I'm just saying, like, the only thing I was saying is that when I look at those Instagram posts, like I told you, I don't think like a woman. It's a necessity for a woman to have a boyfriend and vice versa. That's what I meant by like equality. I don't only like frown upon women when they do it. That's what I meant. But yeah, but that's all I want to talk about, Honcho.
Okay, man. I appreciate your call, D-Love.
I appreciate it.
All right. Yeah, I find it odd, man. And a man should not be crying about something like that. You know, that's not a thing that a dude should give a fuck about. Say if a man's gonna cry like a bitch over a female when real men out here dealing with real shit, keep it moving. Clinical disease, called bitch ass. Yeah, it's a lot of that. The world is becoming infected. You know what I'm saying with it. Can men cry about Texas free agency? Yes, that's a sports or a free pass. No, you can't. You can't literally cry, but you can be highly upset about it. You can rage about it. Look, I ain't even finna engage in these text messages. Yeah, I'm not even gonna share these text messages. It reeks of Kenneth. That's all I'm gonna say of that. Lenny Williams. Look, we ain't even gonna talk about that. We're not even gonna discuss Lenny Williams, all right? And that song in particular. Yes, I know it is a fan favorite. I'm learning this shit. I'm learning how to speak this English. Let me see. But I guess that's when R&B was R&B. I guess that's when that's when I guess love was a thing. I don't know if that shit is a thing anymore. All right, let's fix that. All right, cool. He said a step cousin who was spoiled from day one, he ended up shooting his ex and setting her house on fire because she broke up with him. Wow. But that's a thing, though. That's a thing. But let's get to it. Let's try to get to the root of it, though. And D-Love said something extremely interesting, right? And this is what I want to talk about. Well, I'm going to take this call first, and then we'll talk about it. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening?
Yo, it's good, Honcho. It's Cassie Cage.
Alrighty, Cassie, how are you doing this evening?
Yeah, I'm good. How are you been?
Pretty good myself. What would you like to drop on tonight's topic?
Well, I actually, funny enough, made a list. So you know what? I thought it'd be more constructive to bring in like different ideas, maybe to get other people thinking, and maybe even get people to call in on different things that kind of revolve around my issues with this subject.
Okay, well that's what's up. I'm with that. That sounds like a good idea. Hey, nothing wrong with that.
All right, well, I mean, honestly, And I'm not a feminist. I think feminism is a bunch of bullshit, to be honest with you. Even if I'm a female, I believe in equality. But the fact is, there are differences between men and women, and that's just never going to change, no matter how current society wants to, try and say otherwise. But in some instances, I think that in society, it is a literal conspiracy to demasculinize men. And I don't know, we see it in Hollywood. I mean, for example, you got Terry Crews, who literally is like crying because he got fondled in front of his wife, and it's just like, bro, if you're my husband and you're getting fondled by some dude in front of me, bro, if you don't take care of that shit like a grown motherfucker, then we gonna have some problems. I don't care what kind of money you're making. That's some funny shit. That's disrespectful. Like how am I supposed to feel? It's like, what if some dude fondles me or Freddie? What? Like, you're gonna defend me before you even defend yourself? I don't think so. That's some funny, some funny nonsense right there. But yeah. But with all this shit, it's like, you got people in Hollywood that constantly try to advocate for, feminism, and if you're gonna call yourself a male feminist, then it's a wrap. Pretty much, you're done after that. But some other things too that do annoy me is like they're trying to teach like homosexuality in schools. It's just you can't even teach reading and writing and mathematics properly, and you're trying to teach kids about how to be gay. It's like, could you at least get this other stuff right before you think about bringing in some crazy shit? And they're literally fighting over this shit in California because parents don't want them teaching this stuff. You got them fighting about it in the UK because they had like Muslims were pulling their kids out of the schools because they was just like, hell no, you're not teaching our kids how to be gay. It's really weird. And I'm perfectly fine with people being gay and stuff. Like, it is what it is. You can't help what you are. I mean, it's like telling a straight dude to not be attracted to women and a straight woman to not be attracted to men. It's like, it just is what it is. But you don't encourage this shit like it's normal. And I don't know if you've seen that Gillette commercial where they're literally just taking a dump on guys just for being guys.
I haven't shaved since.
And it's like, I'm a woman looking at this shit. I'm just disgusted with how like blatant the hate for men to be men is. And in some instances, it's like you see in Hollywood how the Me Too movement is just literally, it's a sham to get men out of positions of power. And people really fall for this stuff, and it's really just strange to me. I mean, people constantly, and you know what, man? I'm not big on Trump. Like, there's some things that I'm okay with him doing, and there's some things that are just funny to me. Like, there's some things like I'm okay with him in comparison to a lot of other people in politics right now. But you got him like people mad at him for being acting like a fucking president. It's just like, like the dude is acting like a man up there, and y'all are mad and crying when he just flat out tells people, about themselves. And it's like, at this point, you might as well, because people are acting so foolish out here. I ain't even mad at him for doing it. It's pretty like, I don't know, man. Just, there's a lot of crazy things going on in the world right now. Forget just in America, but I mean, I don't know if you heard about this trans kid. His name's Desmond. Is amazing. I don't know if you ever heard of him, but they got this kid on Good Morning America and just praising this kid for being like a cross-dressing boy. He cross-dresses as a woman. Like,
I've seen that little kid, man, and they got him with. I saw something because they were talking about it. He was with somebody who was like convicted of some kind of sex crime or something a while back, and he's like mentoring them or some shit like that. Yeah, that's just crazy, man.
Not even just that. They had this kid performing a striptease at a gay bar, and you know this gay dude throwing dollar bills at him. It's just like, yo, how is this normal? And you got this kid on Good Morning America telling me, you know, oh, you're so great. I mean, you know, you got gay dudes sexualizing over you, but you're doing a great job. Like, I don't get it, man. It's weird. Yeah. But I don't know. Like, I mean, another thing too that I did write down is there's like a lot of laws that are against men, that do put men down. I mean, like, why is it okay for a woman to have a child and then, you know, with or without the male consent? And then the dude's got to pay child support till he's 18. Like, what? It's just like people don't ask these questions, and I don't know. And it's sad that I'm a female asking this stuff, and there'll be men out here that don't ask this stuff. It is what it is to them, or they advocate for this stuff because they're, you know, male feminists or whatever. It's just some funny stuff. Like they want to normalize, you know, being a single mother as it's a thing of power. But I mean, you know, there's some single mothers that are great mothers, and sometimes, you know, the dude is going to run out. But there's some instances, you know, a lot of people want to talk about this where, you know, the mother messed it up with the father and they're bitter about it and they don't want the father in the kid's life. And even if in that situation the dude has looked like, you know, he's a piece of shit. And I don't think that's right either. You know, there's just a lot of things that do be going on, and people don't kind of dissect it individually. It's just, you know, if the dude is not with, you know, with his kids, you know, he's automatically garbage, and you know, you don't understand that situation, and it's not always so cut and dry. And I mean, another issue too I have a huge problem with is advocating for censorship. And you know, I mean, the big thing that a lot of people, you know, in politics that I have a problem with is people that call themselves liberal and they don't believe in free speech. And that's one of the most liberal things there is free speech. And if you don't believe in that, you're not a liberal. You're an extremist. I mean, there's no other way I could really. There's no other way for me to see that other than, you know, you're trying to fool people into believing that you're something that you're not. And I don't believe in censoring free speech just because this guy called me a bad word. I don't get down with that shit. I mean, I'll be on the internet debating people and they get freaking mad. And I'm just like, bro, like, why you act like this? And they get upset when you talk about things that they like, and it's just like, I don't know. It is just weird.
Yeah, we live.
But yeah, I don't.
Go ahead.
Not here.
Well, yeah, I would agree with you that we are living in some strange times, very strange. And the thing about it was, it seems like, you know, not that long ago. You know, I'm a 80s baby, but I know the 90s, unless I was just really missing everything. And I'm sure there were some subtle situations that were taking place, but the 90s weren't like this. The early 2000s didn't seem like this.
Man.
And
I mean, I was born in 93, so I was young, but it was definitely not like this.
Yeah. And so I'm curious how much of an impact do you think the internet has? I'm sorry?
Excuse me?
I was saying, how much of an impact on this type of stuff do you think that the internet has? The accessibility, the access to these platforms to speak your mind?
I mean, in a sense that it has a huge effect because, you know, you have access to every culture in the world essentially, unless, you know, there's countries outright censoring you from their people from reaching the internet. But you have, unfortunately, one thing that does come with free speech is having people out here advocating for some of the most insane rhetoric that is out there. And some of that is like, trying to influence men to demasculinize themselves, actually saying that, acting like a man, acting like a man is a bad thing. And I got a problem with that personally, and I think, a lot of real women out here also do have a problem with that, because we don't want, like, there's a different, men should be able to express themselves. I think women want men that are understanding more than emotional. And to be understanding, you do have to have a sense of, you have to have some sort of, control of your emotions and understanding over your emotions to be understanding towards, your female counterpart. And so, like, women do want men to understand their emotions. And when they have to talk about some things, it's good to talk about some things. Like, I don't really have a problem with that personally. I mean, we live in life out here. It's not cut and dry. But there's ways to go about things, and sometimes the way some men do go about it is suspect. There's no other way about going about saying it, but sometimes it is a little suspect.
It is. I definitely agree, and I find it odd just from my perspective. And I don't really give a shit about it, but I just find it really odd. So I can only imagine the women in which that these dudes are out here hoping to attract. Is this actually working? And that's what I'm curious, because I'm like, man, people must do this. It must be working somehow for them, and maybe that's why they do it. They can't really mean it, but obviously the women don't care for it too much, and this is just how they are. This is just their character, and so I'm worried. I'm very concerned about.
And you got a lot of loud voices that don't. You got a lot of people with a lot of loud voices, and quite frankly, they just don't know shit. They just don't. Like you got women out here writing for these new, like these hit piece journalist websites telling men how to be men. And it's just like, what? And it gets so many views. It's just like, how do you have the knowledge to tell a man how to be a man? I mean, that's why, like, I am for, I'm like highly for, kids being brought up with both of their parents. And some people think it's strange, but I mean, you can raise a child by yourself if you're a female, but there's just some things that you don't quite, as a woman, you don't know how to teach a young boy.
It frustrates me because, on Mother's Day, moms get all the love, and it's rightfully so. There's nothing wrong with that. But you don't see single dads going out there saying, well, hey, I'm the mother and the father, or I'm the father and the mother. But on Father's Day, because there's so many single mothers, I hate it. I hate fucking seeing it every fucking. I'm the mom and the dad. I should get father. No, the fuck you're not. You know what I mean? You're the mother, and that's it. That's all you can be. You know what I mean? And so be cool with that and let that be that. But that shit just, I mean, it bothers the fuck out of me. You know what I'm saying?
And people don't even like to celebrate Father's Day. Even some dads don't even like to celebrate it. It is what you want to do, but, there's some women that, like, literally, rest in peace to my grandmother, but she used to say that Father's Day was dog day. Like, that's how it's treated for some dudes that they're not bad guys, some of them,
Yeah. Like I say, but, Papa dads get a bad rap. Masculinity's bad, because even when you were talking about Terry Crews, when he did try to say something that made sense, when he was talking about the that, kids need stable family structures, they need a mom and a pops, and they attacked him for that. So it's like, these same people try to defend
he apologized for that shit.
Yeah, that's just crazy.
And it's like, if you're just keeping it real, and it's just facts. You could raise a kid by yourself, and they can grow up to be a good kid. But statistically speaking, the kid has a better chance at a better outcome with two parents in the home, with a mother and a father. That's just fact. Statistically, it shows multiple times over.
I agree. Man. Look, you've dropped a whole lot on me this evening. I'm definitely gonna run down some of this, Miss Cash, and I appreciate you calling in. I'm gonna throw some of this out there. We're gonna have some conversations about this. I've jotted down a bunch of notes, and we're gonna throw some of this out there to the people. We're gonna get a good conversation going here because I like a lot of the stuff that you were saying, and so I want to talk to the folks about it. But I appreciate you calling in.
Yeah, thanks for having me, man. I really like your show. It's really fun, and I can't always be online, but I do pop in when I can.
Hey, whenever you can, feel free to call in again, and we appreciate you joining us.
All right, take care, man.
All right, thank you.
Bye.
All right. Shout out to Cassie. Appreciate that call. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening?
Man, you already know she about Roman.
Already. Roman, what you want to drop in the den this evening, Roman?
Man, I'm sorry I was a little late, bro. I was watching that Mikey Garcia and Errol Spencer fight, man. It was good.
Yeah, all right. Look, I knew what was gonna happen before it even happened. It wasn't even, I wasn't even tripping, man. You know what I'm talking
Hey, it wasn't even close. Spencer won every round, bro. So you already know.
Yeah,
you know that. You know Spencer was gonna destroy that shit.
Yeah.
Jay Jones just counting money. But let me get on to this topic. Man, I do think men are more emotional nowadays than they was, man. I think in this time, man, you see so many instances, and I hate to say, especially in the black community, where fathers are absent in men's lives, and I feel like, no offense to women, because I got women in my family and all that, and I'm not saying, but like the woman said before, man, I'm not saying a woman can't raise a child by herself, because she can, but it's certain things women can't teach men, how to provide for your family, how to, like I said, how to provide for your family, how to keep your house up, how to get your money, how to fix cars, and just manly things. Not all women know how to do that. I'm not saying a woman doesn't know how to do that. Some women do, but most women don't know how to go out there and fix a car and do this and just provide for that family, and get out there in the workforce. And that's something a man can teach. And then when it comes to a man, when it comes to just privacy and their body, and that's some women can't teach a man about their own, their own private parts and stuff. I'm not about to talk about that, but you know what I mean, Honcho. I feel like that's why you need another man, because they know what you're talking about, and I think why men have become so emotional, I really think it's the media, man. I've talked on this thing about agendas and media a lot. I said like the LGBT targets men, especially black men, in my opinion. I feel like to be more emotional and just more feminine, and we don't need that. We need strong men out here. And I'm talking about that for all races, because we need to come out here and we need to repopulate. The earth has to get bigger. We need to keep moving. We need to keep producing. And I feel like with the media, it's kind of promoting. It's just promoting men to be too emotional. I'm not saying men are supposed to have their emotional side. I'm not saying you be the hardest nigga in the world, but at times you do have to be emotional, but not too emotional. And then not just, I feel like with the LGBT, I feel like it's also men just getting their emotions when it comes to relationships a lot. Fuck boys and all that. It's this relationship of, she don't do what I want, I don't like it. And they get into emotions about that. And it just, you're not a man, in my opinion, if you're like that. And you're so emotional, you get so mixed in your emotions that you refuse to raise your child or be with your wife or be with your girlfriend. And you know what? You're killing another generation because of your pettiness, of your emotions. And that's what I'm talking about. We're killing the next generation of men with our emotions, plus with pushing agendas of keeping men, unmasculine, And that's how I feel, man. I think it's a mix of both. And that's how I feel. I think it's a mix of both, man.
Okay. All right. Well, definitely can agree with that, man. I think there's a lot of forces at play that are definitely pushing these narratives and want these things to continue in the trend in which they are going. Do you think that there's a way that we can reverse this course? What do you think is best to try to fix this situation?
I think the best way to fix this course, man, is I think we really need to figure out a way to help these relationships that these men and women had before they had children. because I feel like when a father and a mother in a child's life, we'll just go with a boy and girl, especially a boy, I feel like it grows that man into becoming a powerful man to when they get older, they can protect their families, man, because they'll have the emotional and the loving side from their mother, and then loving from their father too, but also strong and powerful and just being a man. So I really think this. I think finding out ways of what's wrong with these relationships when they are faltering, when they are having problems, so the man doesn't up all and leave, and then that's just like say killing the generation again. So that's how I think we can fix it. Fix it by fixing the relationships before the child's even born. You know, that's how I feel. And just cut down on gender pushing, man. Stop pushing men to be so emotional and just so less masculine, man. Man has to be a man. And I think when we do that, I think we can fix the problem.
Okay. Well, that's a bet, Roman, man. As always, I appreciate the call.
Man, anytime.
Already. Shout out to Roman. All right. Very interesting. And kind of what I got from that is something that what he said about, fixing the problems in relationships and things like that before they go bad. Conversation. Communication. Conversation rules the nation, man. Let's take this call and we'll come back to that. There's a couple other points. There's a few points I really do want to address. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling in to the den this evening?
What's going on with you, Honcho? This is your boy, Man Up, right here.
Man Up, what's the motherfucking deal, Man Up? What would you like to drop in the den this evening?
Man, I wanted to call in because I wanted to, I forgot. Yeah, I dropped my phone. My bad. I wanted to call. I was calling in because I forgot the lady's name that they was talking right before Roman.
Cassie.
But anyway, Cassie. I want to say thank you to Miss Cassie because of she hit on some good points. Society do want men to stop being men, and what I want to say is I think that it's more. I don't really think so much as like the media or anything like that. I mean, I'm not saying the media don't have to play a part in it, because they do. But I think it's we ourselves. And let me explain what I'm saying. Like a month or so ago, however long it was, when the dude wore a dress to the Oscars, and Jada Pinkett, she was saying she applauded and stuff like that. And see, that's what I'm saying. It's ourselves. That's not the media. That's a person that's been saying, "Oh, it's great that a man is wearing a dress." Men don't wear dresses, even though he's gay. So what? He's still a man. That's still a man. Then on top of that, like I said before about Young Jock or whatever that rapper's name is that wore a dress out in public just to for whatever promotion he was trying to do. You know what I'm saying? Shit like that. You know what I'm saying? It's just bullshit like that. And then also, I got to say, when you get into some of these relationships, because I was in one time and I realized, I said, I got to get out of this, where a woman was like, it's okay for a man to cry, show his emotions. You know what? Yeah, at certain times, yes, it is. But then again, at other times, it's not. Like for example, yeah, of course, we are human. We have feelings and emotions. But as a man, we are built differently. You know what I'm saying? We are built to the point to where, okay, we have to be that solid foundation for our household, for the wife, for the kids. We got to be that solid rock for the, you know what I'm saying? And of course, things going to always break us down. It's just how life is. I'm not saying that we should never, you know what I'm saying, let that emotion out. But we are solid creatures. You know what I'm saying? That's just who we are. And that's what we are taught to be. But I also seen relationships where a woman would talk about, oh, it's okay for the man to cry and blah, blah, blah. But then also, too, when a man do let his emotion out, he too gay. I don't want no man like that. It's like you telling him to, and then when he do it, you don't want him. So that's why I say I think it's us. I'm not saying it's not these other avenues that people are talking about, but it's also us as well, like in our own relationships, in our own households. You know what I'm saying? Like, for example, you know how a lot of women will say, oh, a real man would do this, a real man would do that. Whatever it is that she wants him to do. A real man is going to be a man and do what he wants to do as a man. Just like we don't never say, well, a real woman would sit up here and change his carburetor for me. A real woman would get out here and cut down this tree, be a lumberjack. Or I mean, I know there's some lumberjills out there, but you know what you get my point. Yeah, and I just sit here and I say these things here. It's like we as a people in this household, excuse me, not in this household, in our household, in our relationship, we need to sit back and say, okay, women are women, men are men. We can't make a woman be a man. We can't make a man be a man. Because at the end of the day, if we keep this crap up, we ain't going to know who in the hell the man and the woman is. We're not going to know. And just like, I forgot her name that fast again. Whatever her name was. Whatever you said her name was.
Yeah, Cassie.
Anyway, yeah. Cassie, there we go. Sorry about that. If she's listening, I apologize. I got her name wrong again. But, excuse me. But and I'm glad she brought up that Gillette commercial because that is a good point. It's like they are stopping a man from being a man. We are boys growing up. What boy did not tussle around in the grass, you know what I'm saying, wrestle, throw sticks and stones at each other, you know what I'm saying? That's just what we did. You know what I'm saying? It's weird. Well, I guess you could say, I don't know what you want to call it, but that's just what we did. I still do this shit to this day nowadays, you know what I'm saying? Some of my homeboy, we still, you know what I'm saying, be tussling and wrestling sometimes because, that's a man. That's what we do. You know what I'm saying? We are competitive in our bodies like that. That's just how we are. You know what I'm saying? I don't know what it is, but it's just something in us. You know what I'm saying? That's why I say and another thing that I think you had brought this up when you were talking to her about the Mother's Day and Father's Day thing. The funny thing is this here. There's this feminist group, I forgot what it's called. They go around with signs and stuff talking about get rid of Father's Day. Father's Day is not a real holiday. Like something is wrong with them. Like it's something to have Father's Day. And like you always saying, I hate that shit too. Mom's always saying, I'm the mother and the father. I didn't know she had a dick in the pussy. I didn't know that. I thought she just had the pussy and then he would have the dick. So I'm saying that's what makes you a man. That's how they know you're a boy or girl when you in the womb. They look at that and they say, "Oh, it's a boy, it's a girl." You know what I'm saying? And there's no such thing. Because if you was the mother and the father, then what hell? And that boy gets about 14 years old, you wouldn't be trying to get a man in his life to try to man him up. See what I'm saying? No pun intended, but still. But at the end of the day, all I'm saying is this here. I think men today is getting too emotional. You know what I'm saying? And I also think that, it's a different variations of things for why men get emotional. You can blame social media, the internet itself in the whole. You can blame I did not see what that girl was talking about on Good Morning America, whatever she said it was. That boy that was gay or whatever.
Yeah, I hadn't seen it, but I've heard of the little kid because I saw an article they were promoting. Like a motherfucker like 10 years old, 8, 9, 10 years old, and they're promoting him. He's like this little fucking drag queen, and they're promoting him as like some gay idol or some shit. You know what I mean? I don't fucking know. I don't get it. And you would think that people would say, "Hey, this is sick. We've gone too fucking far." Like, and this is why the pedophiles are trying to put themselves and include that P in the LGBT accessory letters. That's why the pedophiles are trying to find a way. Like I saw that they're trying to implement pedophiles in the LGBT conversation, and and that's why if you promoting this guy as this 10-year-old. Cross-dressing, acting like a woman, sexualizing him, throwing money at a gay bar. What is he doing in a fucking gay bar in the first place? Don't you got to be 18 to go to a bar or 21 to go to a bar? So what the fuck is really going on? And then you wonder why people look at it a certain way. And I think that people who associate themselves with that, who stamp the letters on themselves, they really need to look at what it is they're standing for. You can't overlook that and support everything else because that's what that group is promoting. But Amy, because go ahead, you were saying that you hadn't seen it though.
Oh no! Cause excuse me, sorry. When y'all was talking about it, I was like, "What the fuck?" I ain't never heard of it, but wow. But anyway, yeah, it's just that to me, those things are it's a mixture of everything. You could say the relationships, you know what I'm saying? You could say internet, social media. You could say The media itself, things you see on TV, you know what I'm saying? But then again, it's us as a parent to sit here and say, look, this is what this is. And you got people that might feel a different way about their bodies and blah, blah, blah. You got people that might want you to act a certain way, blah, 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 but you be you. But they don't do that these days. It's kind of like, for example, true story, I did this to my daughter yesterday just to see what she was going to say. Yesterday, we was at Walmart. I was buying her some toys that she wanted. My little girl, she's boyish. She like boy toys. She like playing with the trucks and the cars and the dinosaurs and stuff like that. Nothing wrong with that. But I was messing with her yesterday just to see what she was going to say. My exact words was when we was in the toy section, I said, why don't you play with this doll? It's pink. I don't like pink. I said, why not? You're a girl. So what? I don't care. I don't like pink. I like the boy toy. No, I was going on and on. I was messing with her. Then she said, I don't want that. I said, okay, Dad was just messing with you. I just want to see what you're going to say. I told her just like this. I said, you be you. Ain't nothing wrong with you being who you are. Don't let nobody change you. She said, I know. And I was like, good. I said, I was just teasing him, just see what you're going to say. And it's just, and to me, it's just the fact that that's how you do it. You're supposed to be who you are, regardless. You understand what I'm saying? And people want you to change who you are for whatever their reasons may be. And if you keep this stuff up, if you keep this crap up, then at the end of the day, we're going to have a world full of nothing but men or a world full of nothing but women. We ain't going to know who is who no more. And I just think that, it is sometimes hard to tell. It is. And that's the reason why I sit here and I say, when men are being too emotional, to a point, yes. But then I know there's also some things that happen in life to where a man is going to get emotional. So it just really all depends on certain situations. And I'm not just talking about death and family or anything like that. Sometimes a man can be working his ass off to try to provide for his family, and his job might he might get laid off from his job. Of course he's going to be emotional about that because now he's trying to figure out what he needs to do to keep the money coming in. So, it just really all depends. But when you try to change who he is because you want him to do what you want him to do, whatever the case is, then that's a no. Because then you ain't going to want him to be, you know what I'm saying? Then he's going to start acting like a woman, and then you ain't going to like that because he's not the man anymore. And a woman going to feel like she has to be the man. Well, if that's the case, you turn him to that by saying a real man would do this, a real man would do that. You see what I'm saying? So I just think it kind of a mixture of everything, that makes men too emotional. But there's also certain situations, like I said before, that I can understand why he might be a little emotional. So it's just kind of one of those little iffy situations, I guess you could say.
Okay, man. As always, you already know, man. I agree, and I'm glad that you called in, and you let me know when you good to go again. Definitely would always enjoy having you on, man.
All right, I'll hit you up later, man.
All right, that's a bit. Appreciate the call.
All right, holler at you.
All right, shout out to Man Up, man. And he said some very good points there, and I want to. I want to address his call. I want to address Cassie's call, and been a lot of stuff. And I know you was talking about that ambiguously gay duo. That cartoon used to be funny, suspect as fuck, but funny as shit. So there's that. Like 3 calls come all in at once. Then 2 of them disappeared. I don't know what the hell just happened. Saw like 3 numbers on the screen. This shit, what is going on? What's the motherfucking deal, man? Who do we have calling in to the den this evening?
Hey, it's your boy Josh again, man.
All right, Josh, what you want to drop on the den this evening?
It's been a while, but I'm glad to be back. About this modern men being too emotional, man. I feel like for this topic, I'm not gonna say something about people don't need to get emotional at all. People just need to be emotional as people for the rest of their life. But I just feel like it is excusable for sometimes for people to be emotional in terms of different aspects, like. Sometimes death, sometimes like man upset when you lose your job. Other times when care about somebody, but they don't care about you, and then all of a sudden you end up losing emotions from that standpoint. But I feel like it's good to have it, but at the same time to be able to control it though. So if you control it for use it for a positive instead of using it for negatives, then it'll lead to better outcomes. So that's how I pretty much feel about that one.
Okay. Now I agree with you about the job thing, and there's other different reasons, but I don't know about being emotional about, I think it depends, as far as the caring about somebody who doesn't care about you. In what sense do you mean that? And that's what I kind of want to get some details
on. Caring somebody, because I would say, okay, because everybody pretty much had that point in their life where you fell in love with somebody, then all of a sudden, you felt like you didn't get that love back. So inside you feel hurt, but you don't pretty much really show it because you don't want anybody to know. So I was kind of coming at it from that aspect. But the thing is, it's like if it's inside but nobody knows, it's not like you're out here, over excessively crying or yelling, screaming, or kicking stuff or wanting to do harm. But you kind of like, take it is what it is and move on. So that's pretty much an example of controlling your emotions. So I was just using that for an example from that aspect.
Okay. All right. Well, so even though you said that there's different things, do you feel like that the men in this generation or men now are more emotional, or like, let's say, you said your people are from Africa, right?
Yes, my parents, yes.
Okay. Let's again, we use your pop for example, because I think Africans are generally thought of as being, I guess, relatively stoic people or something like that for the most part, not necessarily overly emotional. What would you say, maybe from what you know about your father, compared to modern men these days? Would you? Because I think you said the other day that you'd never seen your pops cry until like that one day. You said when his pops ended up passing, but you didn't really know him. Yeah. And so, comparing your pops to the modern man that the modern American man, would you say that most are more emotional than you ever saw your pops be?
I would say from the aspect of, because like I said, I'm only 20-something, I haven't been alive for that long. But for me, looking around, because other people, because the thing is like my dad pretty much hangs out with like other American dads, so I was able to see both sides a little bit. So I would say that my dad would be less emotional due to the fact that since you pretty much came from nothing, there's pretty much less that you will pretty much tolerate, and you will pretty much have a no excuse mentality even when there is no hope, if that makes sense. So I would say he would be less emotional than the modern American dad, if that makes sense.
Okay. Interesting. Just wanted to inquire about that since you have a different perspective than some of us. So, okay.
Yeah.
That's
and one more thing, I actually ended up going to SPR, had a great time, didn't die, didn't get drunk, and had to yell outside of Wingstops and food stores like other people and shit. So, dude's still here.
But then why you went? I mean, there wasn't no point in going if you ain't gonna turn all the way the fuck up. I mean, you just you went on a tourist attraction. Like, I can't believe.
Nah, because niggas ended up really being it. Nah, because 12 ain't playing. Like, people really, Laos was fucked up that week. like you didn't thought Ferguson, Missouri happened all over again. I was in bulletproof vests and shit, and you didn't thought niggas was in a war zone or some shit. But I mean, it was all right, man. I wasn't gonna go too crazy, bro. I got a life.
All right, you tell anybody to smell your finger?
No.
All right, I'm just saying you ain't turned up the right way then. But that's a bit. I appreciate you calling it, Josh.
All right, man.
What's the motherfucking deal, man? Who we got calling in to the den this evening?
Prepaid. I'm back.
Man, prepaid. What's the motherfucking deal, man? What you want to drop on this topic this evening in the den, man?
Man, Honcho, did you get a chance to watch our good sister Jessie? Did you see him going in?
Man, I did not get a chance to check it out. I was talking about it earlier in the stream, but I did not get a chance to check it out though.
You gotta check it out and see your man's out there, Mr. Reparations out there protesting for him. You gotta see it, man. This shit wild. But I guess I'm gonna look at it from a two-part way. From a parenting standpoint, have men become too sensitive? Oh, no questions about it. It's to the point to where I don't even know if men even want to be men anymore. I'm gonna give you an example of this shit. So I got 3 kids. got a son, daughter, they're twins. I have a younger son. Okay, my daughter is 12. My son's 12. They like, Air Jordans and shit we like growing up. When I go to the mall, buy them their shoes, I buy both of them, whatever, like, I think the last pair they got was the Concord 11. Okay, got both of them a pair. Now, on the same day, a pair of, like, pink, like, purple Retro 4s came out. My daughter gets both pair, okay? My son has gotten to a point where he doesn't ask me why his sister gets both pair of the shoes. It's cool for her to have the Concord, but she has to have the girly pair because she's a girl. When we go places, my son does not allow my daughter to open the door anywhere we go. He opens the door for her. When we go to a car, when we get into the car, it doesn't matter who calls shotgun. My son sits in the back of my daughter, regardless of the fact. I've conditioned him to the point to where he is her big brother, regardless of the fact. And she was actually born 1 minute before him. That's just the way it works. Now, let's say y'all outside playing basketball. They skin their knee. My daughter skin her knee. My son skin his knee. My daughter coming out crying. I'm gonna run, get the get the alcohol, get the the cream, whatever, peroxide, put on the knee. Oh, baby, you're gonna be fine. My son, don't come here crying with that bullshit. Because life is hard for a man. I don't care what anybody says. You have to raise your sons hard because life is hard. Either you're gonna raise them hard or motherfucking penitentiary gonna raise them. Point blank, period. This emotional shit, this toxic masculinity, and this problematic. Listen, man, that's some shit that was started by the LGBT alphabet soup community and these motherfuckers who you shake their hand, they can't even give you a firm handshake. Listen, man, I'm not gonna listen to them motherfucking fag tell me that I'm a toxic father. Nigga, how you gonna tell me being a father? You with another man. You gonna tell? Like, come on, man, fuck out of here with that shit. And let me tell you this from a relationship standpoint of it. You know what I'm saying? I've been married for what? Almost 10 years now. Almost 10 years now. You know what I'm saying, to my wife. And I'm gonna keep it 100 with y'all. The reason why y'all so emotional relationship, bro, because y'all are not confident in the person that you are. Every woman y'all get with, y'all trying to customize yourself. Be who the fuck you are, and find a woman who's gonna accept you for you. You sit back and you trying to be emotional with this woman, trying to be tough with this woman. You kind of emotional. Like, stop that shit, because all that shit gonna backfire on you. You can sit there and cry in front of women if you want to. As soon as y'all break up, you was a punk pussy nigga. You better wake up. That's how this shit works. Man the fuck up. And I was in the chat and I was kind of reading over it or whatever. And Heidi, you said that most men can't fix a car. Baby girl, that's not a description of what a man is. A man don't have to know how to fix a car. If you got enough money to pay for the car, you ain't got to fix shit. The problem is too many of these men don't have any manly skills and they don't have any money. And that goes on the flip side. A lot of these women can't cook. The problem is, there's not a problem they can't cook. They can't afford to buy you nothing to eat neither. That's the problem. They lack resources and skills. That's what it all boils down to. But to the men saying, oh, it's cool to be sensitive. Look, it is cool to be sensitive. In whatever world you live in, I know that shit ain't working out for you. I know that shit ain't working out for you. And all these sensitive men, look here, bro, cut that shit out. And look, man, to all the fathers out there, man, raise your sons hard. Raise them hard. I don't give a fuck what the media telling you. I don't care how toxic they say you are. Raise your son hard. And guess what? Protect your daughters. Spoil your daughter. Treat her like a fucking princess, the queen, whatever she want to be called. Look, she turned 16, you got some money, buy her Benz. I don't give a shit. Protect your daughter, man, so that no other man can come in and it can impress her. Your goal as a father is never let another man impress your daughter. There's nothing a man can do. So when she chooses the person she's going to be with, she's there for all the right reasons. She ain't there because she ain't never been in a nice car. She ain't never had a nice watch. She ain't never had a nice purse. And this man's providing it for her. Don't let nobody buy your daughter, man. And make your son be a man. Raise him hard, and if you raise him the right way, he going to want to grow up and be just like you. And if you're a piece of shit, he going to be a piece of shit just like you. Yeah. That's it for me.
Mike always come with the facts, man. Appreciate the call, man.
Fuck with me.
Already. Every time, man. That man undefeated on the calls, man. I mean, he come with it every time, man. And that's you got to respect that. You say that money by knowing how to change the tire at least. I mean, there's nothing wrong with having that skill. Let's see. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening?
Honcho. This is Dylan again.
Already, Dylan. What's the motherfucking deal? What you want to drop in the den this evening, Dylan?
Okay, so what I want to say is that, like, you were asking, I think, like, Roman, like, what is the solution to, like, people not, like fathers dipping and shit like that. Like, honestly, I think it just all comes down to the financial situation that people are in, because I feel like a lot of the people that are dipping on these women, or women dipping on these men, or however it happens, if they just are like in their like young life, and they're like enjoying, and then they go, man, let's have a kid, and then they don't really look at like the financial burden that having a kid is going to put on them, and then you have that financial burden, and then it's like when you get a kid, it's like, well, we have a house that's good for 2 people, but we're about to have 3 people, maybe 4 people, because you don't know, you might have twins or something. Yeah. And then people go like, oh, then we got to get a new house, and then that puts another financial burden on people, and I feel like that causes a lot of stress, in which like breaks up a lot of marriages, and I think like that has something to do with it. And sometimes when like men have kids, like they're just like not ready to like handle the responsibility, because I feel like when you have a kid, you gotta like cut back on like all the vacations and all the partying that you go to, especially early on when you're like staying up late trying to take care of that kid as they're crying. I feel like that puts a lot of like stress on like people, and then they just can't handle it and stuff like that.
Okay. So you're basically saying that, in a nutshell, that a lot of these people are getting into these situations fucking unprepared, and they just kind of going in their head first, and not really thinking about the outcome. But I can agree that, because there's a lot of motherfuckers I know, they see these fucking Instagram posts, they see this shit. There's a lot of young motherfuckers see, I want to dress babies up. I've seen a lot of chicks say, I want to have a baby because I just want somebody to love me, or they come from a lot of broken. I mean, they don't think of the long term impact that has on the child, themselves. A lot of people are comfortable. Well, there's always government assistance, and they're willing to settle for that low ball. And figure that they can live on that. And I think there's a lot of factors. Again, a lot of things you said I agree with, but I think it just kind of boils down to people aren't really planning, and they don't really understand what goes into having a child, what goes into the responsibility of having a child and raising them properly. And so I think that's part of it, because you do have families that are whole families that still put out some dysfunctional ass children. So I could definitely understand that.
And like another thing, like just to like show like just how many people like are just like unprepared for like stuff like that, is like you look up like during the government shutdown, there are like all these reports about all these people that are like that had like $500 in a savings account, and it's like, what? Like, bro, if you like break your phone, and you pull out of your savings account, you're not even gonna have enough money to like replace your phone, man. It's like, it just shows like all like so many Americans like during the government shutdown just weren't really able to like provide. And honestly, like if you think about it, if you have a government shutdown for like, let's say a month, and you're not at one of like the required positions, like the flight people in the airports, you're not, and you're going to get paid for that, that's basically a vacation if you are financially sound. Because if you're financially sound, you will have the money to like keep you going through the government shutdown, and then you get paid at the end. So like you could be sitting back like watching like all NFL games, NBA games, AAF games, all baseball games, any game that you want to watch, just sitting on your couch. But it's all based on like, do you have the money to support yourself? And not a lot of people do.
Yeah, and that's funny, because you were saying about the people who only had like $500. Man, they say the average majority of Americans don't have $1,000 in savings.
Yep.
And so that's a crazy thing. That's wild. Yeah. That's wild. But like I say, I agree with you, man, and I appreciate your call there, Dylan.
Yeah, and I'm not gonna make any more points after this unless I get like inspiration from another caller.
Okay.
But I feel like it just has a lot to do with people who want to like look a certain way, and like they're living like outside of like their means, so to
Yes.
speak. Like, and like, cause like people are like, oh, if I have this house, then oh, I'll be cooler, or like stuff like that. Or if I have this, I'll be cooler, and like if I have a newer car, I'll be cooler and stuff like that.
Yeah. And a lot of that's just a lack of confidence, because if you think material things are going to make you a better person or make you more impressive or create some type of persona for you, which is what a lot of people tend to do, I mean, that's just a self-confidence issue. And then those people are lacking in other areas. It may not be financially, it may not be, again, but if they're working outside their means, then absolutely it is. But they have deficits in other places also. So definitely.
Yeah. That's all I got to say there.
Alrighty. Well, I appreciate it there, Dylan.
Okay. Yep. Bye.
Alrighty. And that's the thing, man. Yeah, that's crazy. A lot of comments, a lot of stuff I got to get back to. All right. Because, I mean, it's been some fire. Where Mike dropped some fire. Man Up had some fire. Cassie had some fire. I got to go back a bunch of calls. Roman had some good stuff. I mean, there are a lot of calls that I have to touch on. We got some more calls coming in. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening? Hiya. Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Hey, what's the deal? What's the motherfucking Giant Mess? What's the motherfucking deal, man?
Yeah, I was just thinking about what the other caller was just saying, and I wanted to add to it because of the things that I've seen. I mean, like you got, the things like where it's weekend flings, and maybe they were too drunk and didn't do certain things that they should have, and now that they have a kid, and now they don't know what to do with it and all that stuff, and they didn't want to get an abortion because of some reason or another. So now that they have this kid that they ain't going to take care of, they don't know who the daddy is, and things like that. And then you have certain people who they weren't like they were there for the fucking, and they weren't there for for a relationship. And so if something does happen, then they go through the full pregnancy and whatnot. And I think, especially now, what this ties into with some of the emotions is that you have a certain group of people now that like either they get scared of their own predicament, or like they can't see their own future and what they're doing right now, so they end up just going, well, I'm just going to say fuck everything and just go do what I want to do. And I think that, and then which leaves the kid later in life, maybe not too far later in life, but leaves the kid between a rock and a hard place because financial situation ain't there. Sometimes you got CPS coming and breathing down your neck because you're feeding your kid some like tomato paste made from like Burger King ketchup. So I mean,
That's tough. That's tough right there. Yeah, and again, people end up getting into some bad situations from making bad decisions, and ultimately that's what it is. And I know there's certain people in this particular community who like to blame everything on the men, but there's a reason that Maury has a never-ending supply of guests, and these women who are bringing multiple parties on. Sometimes these parties are related, but yet the women are always so innocent. But yes, there are takes two to tango. But I agree. So like you said about the weekend flings, and they get into a situation, don't know who the father of the kid is, but they continue to carry on with it, hoping that, they're hoping it's going to be one person. And this is what I think about. This is what I think happens with that situation that you're talking about. I think that you have women out there who engage in certain behaviors, and obviously they have no problem going raw, because if you got to choose from a pool of motherfuckers, you don't let them all hit raw, that they could possibly be the daddy.
Right.
That what you get is they're hoping it's one particular man, you know, and they're hoping that it's this man, and they're willing to gamble on that hope from their behavior that we're going to have this kid because I'm going to get this one particular man and he's going to stay in my life because I had his child. And that's what they're hoping on. And what happens is they gamble and they crap out. And it's not that man. It's not his cousin. It's not the neighbor. It's not the maintenance man. It's, you know, somebody that they were getting it on with behind a bar next to the dumpster, you know, get some of that good old dumpster loving, whatever it may be. But they go through this stuff. And then, you know, some of these people, you know, they do what they got to do and they take care of the child. Some of these people have resentment for the child because now it's born and they feel like the child is a burden on their life. Like you say, you have pops, you do have dads who, and let's not discount this, but you do have dads who, you know, like say didn't plan properly. They were there for the relationship, you know, they have a slip up and then he's like, well, fuck it, I'm slipping out. And, you know, leaving a woman with a burden to bear, and the kid does get between a rock and a hard place. But then you have tragedies, you have things that do happen, and sometimes it's just an act of nature, or it is what it is, and you know, people pass on or whatever it may be. So I'm not going to blame everybody for everything because there's all kinds of different situations, but it does create, however it happens, it does create a situation where people are not in a financially stable situation to raise children. Kids cost fucking money. They cost a lot of fucking money, and especially to raise happy children. And so I think that there is a problem. And again, I think that kind of comes down to the similar thing that Dylan was saying, is that you have people who fail to plan, or they feel like they can fall back on, you know, the government assistance or whatever else it is, and then, you know, they settle for that. And not realizing the impact that it has on the child, or if these people were raised in that system themselves, they think it's okay. They become accustomed to it, and they feel like, well, I was raised that way. I can raise my kid like that. They'll be fine. I'm fine. When in reality, they're not. When in reality, they have a lot of issues themselves. And so, you know, it's a crazy fucking situation. But unfortunately, it happens way too fucking often. You know, it's a frequent thing.
Yeah, and I think I think one of the things that ties into men's emotions, though, is that you get sometimes where you'll have, you know, people who aren't financially stable, but they'll stay together and whatnot, and then, you know, you end up having maybe some father who comes home and goes, you know, you cooked this tuna casserole wrong, and starts beating one of them, and it's just kind of like. You hear about these situations all the time. It's like, well, what was you going through? Oh, well, we were broke and in debt, and all of our credit cards were maxed, and it's like, Jesus. It's like, you know, I lived on, you know, because I lived with my grandparents, and my grandpa worked until his neck couldn't turn anymore, and then my grandma had worked until her 40s, and then after that, it was like she was 95 pounds soaking wet, but she couldn't raise her weight up, so she ended up with, you know, arthritis and different other things, so she ended up on welfare. And, you know, after that point, it's like, and I kind of did the same thing, where, you know, I'm 31 now, but I worked from like 7 to 24, and it's kind of like, now I got arthritis and everything else, and my metabolism doesn't work now because I'm not doing a damn thing. So I grew weight, and it's like, you know, but, you know, I live within my means. I'm not going to have a kid. I'm not going to bring a kid into the situation. I wouldn't wish for any kid to be in that situation. It's like I barely pay for the apartment that I'm in. You know, luckily I have my uncle who's, you know, staying with me. And he gets his, and then it's like, yeah, now it's kind of good now, but it's just, I wouldn't want to say, like, I wouldn't want to push that onto anybody else. You know what I mean? It's just kind of like a, like if I learned some things, you know, and I got myself worked out, because I try, you know, I know how to do some computer stuff, and I can make money on that, but, you know, it's like that's going to take a while to get going and things like that. So 5-10 years down the road, I don't know what the fuck's going to happen. So, and a lot of people don't, and I think that's where it comes in at, where you get emotional people who want to bail out of these certain relationships where they're knowing that there's things I can't do, there's things that I want to still do, but in this situation, if I stayed in this situation, there's no fucking way.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and again, I don't know the full extent, but there are options, and especially with the internet, that's what makes the internet a very interesting thing, man. There are ways, and very low to no cost ways to start getting some things going, man. And I don't know if you want to shoot an email or something to the Den Show Live at Gmail email, and I'll see if I can shoot you some information that might help you out. Maybe could guide you in a direction that can get you going in a better situation sooner than later.
All right.
But definitely, just make sure you holler at me. Just let me know who it is when you email me, and I'll see what I can do for you.
All right, thank you, man.
All right, appreciate it, John Miss.
Let's go.
All right. So, my thing is, let me turn this down just a little bit. Yeah, some of them are low. Some of the calls do come in a little bit low, and I gotta adjust it so I don't want to make sure I'm not too loud when I speak up. Me over here, look, I'm over here acting like I know what I'm doing, adjusting all these audios and things. So, a lot. Like I said, people have a lot of issues to deal with. But here's the thing, and John Mess is making a smart decision, though, knowing that, okay, I'm not where I want to be in life. It wouldn't be smart of me to do some of these certain things that could lead to long-term issues or carry over into creating problems for someone else. But you have a lot of people who do not give a shit about that. You got a lot of motherfuckers who are feeling fucked up, they life fucked up, fuck it, I'm gonna go get some pussy. I don't even give a shit, and I'm gonna go raw because it feels better that way. And neither one of these motherfuckers is using protection. She with it, she don't care. It feel better to her too. Nigga pull out game is on -3, and now, a couple of weeks down the line, she feeling funny in the AM. You know what I mean? And fucking, this motherfucker nowhere to be found. And so it's a shitty situation. But these are all the decisions that we make. These are all the fucking decisions that we make. And look at that, Jay Dizzle. It's tough, man. It's a tough world out there. But that's why I tell people the internet is an amazing thing. All right. The internet is an amazing thing, and you can find certain stuff, you can discover certain things that can definitely change the game. And so, like I say, hopefully I'll be able to shoot you some information that you can benefit from. A lot of calls, a lot of things, a lot of stuff to discuss. Okay. So I know some folks who were, let me adjust my mic over here, who were interested in last night's conversation. Okay. And last night was a very interesting night in the den. And I think that, I think it was entertaining. It was something I wanted to say, and then I'm gonna go back and address some of the calls that we had. Oh, no, not that. This is what I'm looking for. And so we had some things that were said. We had some things that happened. And I'm just curious. I'm very curious about, the den. We're all friends in the den. We're all den folk, We're mostly degenerates. And, we try to be denizens. I don't know how good we are at being that. But I want to know how y'all feel personally about the drama. You know what I mean? How does the drama make you feel in the den? Because it seems that when drama and certain things, certain interactions take place, the den definitely gets more lively. Like I said, it wasn't just beyond in the mic situation, and everybody who called in to chime on that. It wasn't just that. There were other things that were going on. There was a lot of stuff happening all at once. There was a lot of shit going down last night. Okay. And I found it very interesting because I know how I am. I'm a believer in free speech. Hey, whether it's beneficial or harmful to others, because I mean, shit, you say what the fuck you want to say about me. That shit ain't gonna sweat until if it ain't some physical presence type interaction, I'm not finna sweat no internet shit. That shit don't do shit for me. You know what I'm saying? We can talk in person, however you want to have that conversation, but I'm not gonna get excited about the internet. But I want to know how y'all feel as, supporters of the Den, the folks who come in and support the Den day in and day out. And if anybody out there is listening who ain't never been in the Den, feel free to participate. We're all friendly here. Oh yeah, let me look while I'm forgetting, make sure y'all support the motherfucking Den. You know what I'm talking about? Cause y'all ain't getting this content nowhere else. Y'all ain't getting this conversation nowhere else on the motherfucking internet. Look, we got goals we got to achieve. I'm telling y'all, man. Look, I was looking at some, who was it? I was looking at something on the fucking, I think Jared actually had sent it to me, and I saw it on the Den Show Twitter the other day, and I think it was a Howard Stern clip, and we got goals, man. That's all I'm saying. I got goals, and to be the most unique conversation, the most unique conversation on the internet, if anything else. So I just want to know, in general drama, specific drama, how do you feel overall about the drama? You mean address whatever you guys feel, and I want to know, your thoughts. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the Den this evening?
Hi, this is T'Challa. I wanted to just answer the question about you said about the drama. And like I said I just talked the previous comment, and like I said, people generally like that. So I think that if you let people, continue to call in and cuss each other out, that it will, bring more viewers. Because people like to hear that kind of stuff. There's more people catch on to the channel and things like that. But I don't personally like it per se. Like if you have something to say to somebody in a chat, to me that's different. But like people initially on their first call will probably, have some things to say. That's cool because you never know what somebody's going to say on that first call. But like yesterday, they went like 3 or 4 rounds going back and forth with each other, cursing each other out. People giving out their addresses, all this stuff. That part I didn't like. To me, because this type of crowd is like a more, supposed to me is a different type of conversation. It's supposed to be a more mature crowd. And so like the calling part where everybody could listen to it, I don't think they should continually do that. Now, I troll a lot for my own entertainment, honestly. Mostly I be, laughing a lot, but I don't call in and do that stuff. Usually I'm in the chat, typing it out. So that's just my take on it. But people love it, though. They're going to, because people kept, saying it was like the livest Den, but it was just more, cursing than usual. A lot of cursing and people cursing each other out. That's the only difference between any other show that I've listened to since I've been here. I know I'm fairly new to the crowd. Just a lot of nigga. I still cannot get that dude's voice out of my head. Beyond a funny nigga. Beyond a funny nigga. I'm reading your name. It was funny. It was funny. But yeah.
Oh my God. Now look, hold on. Now we talking about that. We talking about drama. Let's not act like Miss Teacher.
I do, but I be trolling. No, I don't be mad. No. And I don't call in with that stuff. You've never heard me call in. Usually. I think I did that once today, Dizzle, but that was really just a joke about getting him out of here if I donate the $200. That was just a joke. But usually I don't call in and do that though. I keep that in the chat because it's just banter. I'm being facetious and just laughing and instigating a lot of the other stuff that's being said. So I don't really mean anything by it. I just think it's funny.
Okay,
I'm laughing the whole time.
I need you to do the voice one more time. just say it one more time for me. That shit was funny.
Beyond a funny nigga. Beyond a funny nigga. I'm reading your name. Oh man, I dropped my phone last night laughing at that.
That shit was funny. That shit was really funny though.
Yes, it was. So like I said, I think that that it will definitely add to the entertainment factor for a lot of people because people love that drama element. So I'll be here regardless.
Okay. Well, I'm glad you called in and offered your opinion on it.
All right, bye.
I appreciate it. No, and here's the thing. I don't feel any particular way about Mike. I just thought the voice was funny. Because like I say, this is all about conversation. This is all about understanding. But just last night was a very unique den. It was very funny. It was very interesting. And if you haven't seen it, I definitely, if you're a den regular, okay, and if you missed last night, I definitely recommend. It was good through and through. It was about a whole 5 hours and some change. But if you can find some time to just listen, it was very interesting. It was very interesting. What Heidi saying what black people don't need to hear. Heidi, that's yo. Heidi's the main one. That's what it is. Heidi's mad because Mike took her role and was giving the advice. That's what that is. Nah, but it's all good. Like I say, if you take stuff, however you take stuff, I can't tell anybody how to feel about anything. But like I say, I think this is a very interesting community. And I think that shows kind of where we are, and we still have some growing and some learning and some things to do. Or I have some learning to do, and hopefully it continues to grow. I just can't fuck with y'all. I've definitely learned I cannot read the chat while I'm on calls with y'all because that's a no-go. That shit will always end up negatively. Man, shout out to Jared, man. I really did have a good time playing some tri-ball today. Brought me to a realization of how much I've let myself go. And I said I was going to lose some weight, but I had done nothing to do that. I did not. I did nothing to do what I said I was going to do. Can I do it? Lose 40 pounds, 2 months? That's easy. It's not hard, but I have to do it. What do you have there, Miss Ladylicious? What is your confession? We're gonna get back to it because I'm gonna be honest. I've slacked up like last night. Because sometimes, man, what happens in the 5 minute thing is I'm gonna get back to that standard, and I'm gonna get back to it tomorrow. I've let some people go over and do some things. And when the calls are just really good, and people are just having a good train of thought to go on, sometimes I really want to hear what it is, and as I'm jotting my notes, sometimes I forget about the time or whatever it is. But I'm gonna get back to being stricter on that tomorrow. I have a clock, and so I'll start putting the clock on screen. And once the call gets going, I'll drop the 5 minute clock, and then make sure that I stick to that. Yeah. So yeah, I did have a great point, and I did get into it. But looking at this whole, are men more feminine? And I think not feminine. Well, that goes along with it. But are men more emotional? And I think Mike had another great call. You have to raise your sons a particular kind of way. And you have to raise your daughters a particular kind of way too. And I think the point he made about not being able to let another man spoil her is very important. Now, I ain't gonna lie. The little one, I be trying to keep her tough, cause she be, she just got to toughen up a little bit, you know. Like I ain't saying she got to be like a boy tough, but I want her to be a little tougher than what she is. We were out there playing. She was playing today at the try ball, and she got hit in the face with the ball, and she almost looked like she wanted to. I'm like, you all right? Ain't nothing wrong. You bet, motherfucker. Nah, I'm just joking. But yeah, she was pretty solid with it. She was definitely pretty solid with it. So my thing is that if she's gonna play sports, I want her to be a tough athlete. Now, in everyday life, I ain't saying look, let motherfuckers hit you in the face and smile about it or nothing. But if you're gonna be on the athletic field, you have to show some type of toughness. Yeah, you know, no thug tears over here. But yeah, she had fun. She was talking about it all for the rest of the day. She said she wants to grow up to be a tri-ball superstar. She wants to be the world's greatest tri-ball player. So that's very interesting. But looking at some things, and let's kind of jump back to Cassie's call. She touched on significant things, and I'm really serious. Like I think it's a real dope ass game, and I really enjoy it. Once I kind of got the concept, once you get the rules down, and the rules are relatively easy to understand. You just kind of, you know, when it's something new, you just kind of got to figure it out. You definitely have a good time. You know what I'm saying? You slipped up yesterday. You saw it. What do you mean? How did you slip up? I should the stopwatch in my hand. Look, I'd be doing too much. I'd have a mouse, a stopwatch, a pen, and all this other stuff. It would be too much going on. But I see. I'm trying to figure out what Lady Liz is talking about. She slipped up. And again, apologizing for your behavior is always not necessary. The thing she said about Terry Crews, the point that she made about that I found really intriguing. And here's what I'm gonna do actually. Let me look. It's a lot. I'm gonna pause the line for a second. Dilly dally, and I'll bring it back open here for a second. Let me take this off of here so I can speak on some things, so I can address these points. Because again, the reason that you guys call is I really want to be able to address these points. So we'll stop it for a second. Terry Crews and what she said about the dude fondling him, and then in front of his wife. And so it makes you think, so what if one of these Hollywood execs would have came and fondled your wife? I mean, look, hey, your personal space is very important. But what's the difference between you getting fondled and somebody coming fondling your wife? How would you have handled that? And I think she made a good point. Like, how can she be seen or feel like he's going to protect her when he's not even protecting himself? And I've told y'all my thoughts on this. Okay. Well, I'll open it back up in a little bit, and then you can call in and explain it a little bit. I'll definitely want to hear it. But my thoughts on this, and I don't care what anybody says. I think Terry Crews is on a campaign to try to sway the narrative. I guarantee you this. Hollywood, it's a small space. Motherfuckers know what's what. You hear the rumors about Jada and Will, and who did he used to be? Martin, and not Martin, but what was it? Tisha Campbell and the dude she was fucking with, some other motherfuckers, and that it was some secrets that was floating around. Where there's smoke, there's fire. But I guarantee you this: Terry Crews has been with the shits, because you look at some of the roles in some of the movies he's got, and of course they're not all-star, super spectacular roles. And yeah, you could say he may fit the bill for certain characters, but he's had a few interesting roles. It's always the same fucking character, big tough black guy that ends up being soft and effeminate before the movie's over with. And he's got to go from maybe what you would say would be more black productions to being in more Hollywood type roles or TV shows or whatever else he's gotten. He's gotten some better gigs that I would say than, or gigs, I wouldn't say better, depends on what you prefer. But he's gotten some gigs that would mainly be more familiar with like the black crowd than opposed to moving up and getting to a more overall crowd. A lot of characters didn't do that, especially coming from an Ice Cube movie. You could say Chris Tucker did it. He was in a couple things. What was that? Rush Hour and some other stuff. I don't know what Chris Tucker did. I'm not just not about Chris Tucker, but I guarantee you that Terry Crews was with that shit, and it's probably in some small circles. I'm pretty sure some executive knows that he's with the shit. Probably got some type of weird African fantasy. He probably out there appeasing these Holly weirdos. And so the motherfucker was probably like, oh, he with the shit. His wife probably knows. Probably didn't give a fuck, you know, and he just didn't want to get exposed in front of his wife. I'm telling you, Terry Crews is with some weird shit, and that motherfucker is probably known around Hollywood for doing it. Now he's trying to push some old toxic masculinity. But why is it that he's attacking black men and toxic masculinity and straight men? But this was a gay dude, some gay little Hollywood guy that came and grabbed your shit. Why you not attacking them motherfuckers? Why you ain't speaking out against that shit? You aim the shit in a completely different direction because this motherfucker wants to continue acting in Hollywood. He wants to probably continue doing the shit low key. So he's blaming men for not coming to his cause when the motherfucker that did it to you ain't nothing like the motherfuckers you blaming for that shit. You know, but it is what it is. So I think that there's some suspect shit going on with Terry Crews, and again, you know, he just got exposed, or he, you know, it got brought to the light, and so now he's trying to angle it in a different way. But again, he might be with the Dwight Howards. Hollywood advocating the male feminists and homosexuality in schools, things like that. California's a weird place. And I think it's funny that everything is happening in California. And it's like it all starts in Hollywood. And everybody who wants to be in Hollywood, everybody who's in that area, and it just starts to seep its way out throughout the rest of the state. And then once it gets out of California, it just starts spreading like an infection into the mentalities of other people. So I think that might be where it starts. Is Hollywood is the epicenter of all of this behavior. You know, these are the people who get to control the televisions. They control the movie screens. And again, very intelligent people. Was it last night called and said that they're evil people. And they know exactly what they're doing. They know exactly what they're putting on those screens. You know, they know exactly how to market certain items to you. They know exactly how to promote certain things to get these thoughts in your head, even subconsciously. You may not even realize it. And this shit is out there. Excuse me. And so people who may be of weaker mind start getting permeated by these thoughts, start engaging in little odd behaviors, and then it becomes big odd behaviors. Homosexuality in schools. I don't think any sexuality needs to be taught in school. I think that sex education needs to be taught. But as far as saying that, teaching about trans and teaching about gay and all this, you need to teach about procreation, how that works, and how to protect yourself. Anything else, I think you can figure it out from the basics. So there's that. I'll leave that at that. Let me see. It was funny though. She's talking about teaching homosexuality in school, but they can't even teach the basics, math and reading and stuff. I thought that was pretty funny. The UK is a strange place to me because I don't know what I originally thought of the UK, but it seems on the outside looking in that there's a lot of very what we would call liberal behavior going on there. It just seems some of the things, the policies that are coming out there are very odd. And I talk about Article 13 and trying to suppress all these sites from doing all this stuff. You talk about, the this little incident, the rapper incident, and all these other things. You can tell about you've been there a lot of your life. I knew it. I knew you were a goddamn United Kingdom comer. Oh, the Gillette commercial, man. We spoke about that, and I think we've come to a consensus that I don't know. I don't know what they were aiming for, but when you go and you have what is the term that people use? Virtue signaling. And you use this, and you're a brand that primarily caters to men and, well, I guess hairy ass women. and you attack the overwhelming majority of your customer base, I think people get too caught up listening to what's going on one side of social media and not paying attention to the other. And the problem with that is, like, say you're on the Twitters or the Facebooks or whatever, you know, they're trying to hush a particular conversation. They wouldn't like conversations like this. YouTube may hush this conversation one day. Who knows? That's why we got to build it. That's why we got to grow and eventually set set our own platform to where we ain't got to worry about, you know, people trying to hush us up. But for right now, YouTube is where it's at. But they try to quiet the conservative conversation, and so these big companies think that these big companies think that, oh, everybody's a fucking liberal, everybody believes this shit. When I think the overwhelming majority doesn't, and I think that that's the problem, you know. So they went out and they thought, oh, it's gonna be a good idea. Let's just tell men they're bad and they're wrong because that's what the rest of Hollywood's telling us. Hey, man, I don't want to hear that shit. Look, man, either you got a good razor or not. Show me that fucking half a face that gets shaved, and then the guy after be like, oh, this was a great fucking shave. And get the fuck off my fucking screen. I got 5 blades. I got 12 blades. Like, tell me something bullshit. Don't sit here and try to tell me how to fucking live my life. And the part of that commercial that I hate the most, I think it was Jay Dizzle a while back that called in, when the dude was about to go holler at the chick, like, didn't even say nothing. He turned around, bro, that's not cool, bro. If you don't get your bitch ass, I'm gonna beat your motherfucking ass and still go get this bitch number. Like, that shit, it's just it's so fucking pathetic. So, like, now they're trying to, and again, that's that overly, and fuck every nigga who took a role in that fuck every dude who took a role in that Gillette commercial. Like, I hope they never fucking work again. Honestly, like, I fucking, say Anna Casper, I don't even know who that is. Fuck every dude who took a role in that commercial, because I don't give a fuck about your acting career. I mean, but you probably already got a weird belief. You're trying to get into that, you know, that Hollywood mentality. Low ceiling security, no hurt feelings, anti-competitive. Okay, yeah, that's what it is. No, odd. But I'm not saying I want anybody to get hit by a bus. I just hope they never get to act again, you know. And I'm not even gonna get into that. But it's like, come on, some of this shit is like, oh, but it was like, oh, hey, why don't you girls smile? Hey, bro, that's not good. Bitch, you at a fucking party. Why the fuck these motherfuckers ain't smiling? Go home. You dampening the mood. Like, it's just certain shit. Like, look, man, if you getting upset by that shit, man, look, you wasn't getting no pussy. Any dude who was championing the fucking Gillette commercial wasn't getting no pussy, no way. And he's probably one of those male feminists. And what's super funny, a lot of dudes who become male feminists, they do it to hope that it's going to get them in better with chicks. And then when none of them chicks fuck with them, they end up turning and getting fucking pissed off. I've been a male feminist for like a year. These fucking bitches don't want to fuck with me, man. And just fuck this shit. And it's just like, okay, that's cool. Appreciate that, man. Look, I'm trying to get there. I'm finna start, like I say, that's why I say we're gonna get back to the time constraints and things. Like I said, I got a game plan. Part of it is me getting back in better shape, because I was out there moving like a lard ass, 275 pounds of sluggishness. And I'm talking about when I got done, I was like, damn, fucking knees hurting and shit. And the little one out there, you know, scoring more goals than me and shit. But and so my thing is, man, fuck all that, though. Like, again, fuck all that. And this is why I don't engage with a lot of television anyway. I don't engage with a lot of movies anyway. And I'm always saying, man, I want to watch something. I'm gonna check this out, and I never do. And it's just because I know how this shit can get to you. You know, I know how it is, and I'm very picky about information, because there's only certain things I want to intake. And it's not about having an echo chamber, because, like I say, I watch a lot of shit that I don't like, you know, but it can either help me combat certain points, or it's either going to help me get a better understanding of how someone thinks that may disagree with me. So it's not about, oh, I only want to hear this because it makes me feel good. That's not what it's about. But it's only certain content that I want to intake, and a lot of this shit is trash. But yeah, fuck that Gillette commercial. Said not big on Trump. Some of the stuff is funny. Trump is hilarious though, and that's what I was talking about yesterday. That the conservatives are way funnier than liberals, because they don't give a shit, and it's not about, they don't give a fuck about offending somebody. They're gonna say what's on their mind, and that's the shit I love. That's what I say. I'm big on free speech. That's why I said, you know, even yesterday with everything that took place, can't get mad at it. I like free speech. It's not gonna trigger me one way or another. You know what I'm saying? One, It's on the internet too. Okay, I don't see myself like that. You can't label me as something I don't see myself as. And I think Broderick called and said that. You know, it is what it is. But I can't blame anybody. I understand how, you know, it is. But I just have this thing about, this is the reason why, like I said, I don't really like drinking a whole lot. I like being in control of my functions and my faculties. And so that's why I think the way I think. And I try to avoid letting words in themselves fucking be able to make me react a certain way, you know, or not even react a certain way. I want to laugh if it's fucking funny, but to make me engage in a behavior in which I don't control, you know, for somebody to say some shit and we just get so mad that I want to fuck somebody up. Like, now if you threatening me and you really saying some shit like, you know, you don't cause harm to my family, or, you know, you really making threats and I feel like these threats are valid, then, you know, that's a different discussion. But if you just calling names, and a lot of time when people get angry, they try to go for the, you know, they want to see you react because they're angry. So they're going to say the shit to try to trigger you because they want you to feel how they feel. I'm not giving anybody that pleasure. Like you don't get to get that from me. You don't get to get the energy I don't want to give. You know what I'm saying? I control that. So that's that. We talked about the gay kid on Good Morning America, the cross-dressing kid, which is odd if people are celebrating this. And so, you know what? I hope they do plug the fucking, here's my deal. Cause this goes back to the, conversation we were having yesterday. There was some points I wanted to get into that because we were talking about the black liberals and black conservatives. And the biggest takeaway from that whole video were the two gay men. And I think that those two should have said a lot for a lot of people, because the black gay dude who was a conservative says, hey, I'm a gay dude. I'm not queer. I'm not any of this stuff. And the other one's like, oh, well, then you're not in this conversation. Wait, what? So I got to assign myself to everybody's cause because that's what you feel. And I think the other one was HIV positive. So, you know, he's going to feel a personal way or whatever. I forgot what he said. But then you notice how like the liberal one, he called this man privileged. When this man said he came from the poorest schools in Akron, Ohio, you know, he went to the military and fought for this country. If you listen closely, he throws, well, you're privileged. Like, what the fuck, you stupid bitch? And it's like, I fucking hate these fucking terms. Like, anybody who don't agree with you, it's this privilege or this, and I hate hearing that fucking word, man. It's what you're born into. Who gives a fuck? There's no privilege. There's no, you know what? Hey, I have a certain network because my family did this. That's from the work that they put in. I'm in a certain situation because my family did this. That's from the work they put in. All this fucking privilege shit, man, miss me with the tomfoolery. Are there advantages? Yeah, but it depends on if a motherfucker maximizes those advantages or not. You can gain the same fucking advantages for yourself if you put the fucking work in. But man, it was just like a lot of conversation with that. And then they had a chick on there that claimed to be independent, the little blonde hair chick. She was not fucking independent. She was probably more liberal than all the rest of the motherfuckers. Like, some people say shit because it sounds cool, but that's not the case. The bitch wasn't independent. And again, I probably shouldn't call out her name, but you know, I'm getting a little annoyed. But because anytime you said, she reacted to every, this is why I'm tying this into, because I'm talking about reactions. But anytime they said the word Trump or MAGA, she reacted, make it like fuck. If you're independent, you know, you're listening, you're understanding, you know, you're not responding. But anytime some of the liberals said privilege or something, like, yeah, how could you do? It's just like, come on, man, like, miss me with the bullshit. You are what you are. Talking about promoting the single moms, we kind of got into that a little bit. And there are shitty dads out there too, so let's not you know, underestimate that. Advocating for censorship, that's a thing. Censorship, we kind of talked about that for a little bit. Man. I hate censorship. I feel like anybody should be able to say what they want. That's what I say. I'm a big advocate of First Amendment right. If you say some shit that I don't like or I don't want to hear, guess what? I have the right to not listen, change the channel, do something different, not support, whatever the fuck it may be. But people, we talked about this the other thing, man, I've talked about it, when he asked, would I write to something that I didn't like, or would I write a letter, or no, I'm not giving extra energy to nothing I don't give a fuck with. Fuck it, I'm just not going to watch it. I'm not going to support all this extra shit and try to get people riled up and get a crowd behind this. I'm offended by this, so let me get everybody else upset and offended. But like, man, fuck all this. Dude, Baker, man, what's the motherfucking deal? And so I hate all this shit. They say even you disagree with somebody labeled a phobic or extreme. Yeah, exactly. Like, come on, man. We can't have opinions just because I don't agree with what the fuck you on. Like, I see something a little bit different. It's crazy. Yeah. She said it's funny you get naked around the moment a gay dude, a gay kid and a naked gay dude take what's art. Yeah, oh, man, that's weird. But it's some weird shit going on with that. It's some weird shit going on with that because, again, we can take it back to the Smiths, but that's a whole different thing. But liberals don't believe in free speech, them being extremists, supporting something that you're not. So hate speech is a weird thing to me. Hate speech is a weird thing. Words are words, man. Words are words. Now, the connotation or was the denotation, I can't remember which one it was, the way you use it, not the actual meaning. But, people let this shit impact them. You know what? Hey, I'm not trying to cancel anybody. Everybody should feel the way they feel because that's part of the problem that we have now. I'm going to say something, all right? And I'm going to say something and some of y'all not going to like it. Some of y'all may agree, some of y'all may disagree. And I think some of us kind of said this last night. We talk about hate speech. We talk about stuff that don't make you feel good. And that's what most people call hate speech because it doesn't make them feel good. Now, Mike said some stuff last night that got a lot of folks riled up, right? Got a lot of folks riled up. But we started having a conversation after that, and it opened up a conversation. I think this is a conversation that especially more black people need to have. There was a lot of things that were said that did not feel good. But were they lies? You know what I mean? There was a lot of things that were said that did not feel good. But were they lies? And that's what's most important to take away because, say you got beef with Mike or whoever says all this stuff and you go beat him up, you go fuck him up and do all that other shit, right? Yeah, I'm going to fuck him up. I'm going to do this and I'm going to do that, and I'm going to do this to you, I'm going to do this to you, and I'm going to do that to you. That's cool. You could go do that. You could do that. But does that change anything? Does that change what he said? Does it change it from being the truth? And that's what we have to talk about. And that's the conversation that we have to have. If you want that change, change is not going to come from sugarcoating shit. I'm going to give you $1,000 a fucking month and you're going to blow it, on fucking Gucci bags or whatever the fuck it is. You can have these motherfuckers sell you all that bullshit, man. It may not have been comfortable. It may not have made you feel good and happy and tingly inside. But let's take away who said it, how it was said. Let's take everything else away from it. If it was me saying these things, okay? If I'd have said, God damn it, the Asians own everything, they in all the black neighborhoods, and I was ranting and raving about it, we'd see it from a different perspective because of who was saying it. But it still would be the truth, right? It would still be the truth. And so my thing is, that's what you got to look at. Don't look at Mike and be mad at what Mike said. Again, when somebody gets angry, they're going to say the things that are going to push your buttons, especially if they know how to push your buttons. That's what they're going to do. You know what I mean? And Pocket J, Child Michael Kors. But so my thing is this. That's where what you should be taking from it is it should fuel you to want to make more moves. Again, what do they say? The best success is revenge, right? Or the best revenge is success. I got it all backwards. Then you should look at that and start changing shit. You should look at that and start trying to impact other people to change that shit. But who's never going to want to let you change that type of shit? There's one party that says go do it. You got all the power in the world to do it on your own, or there's resources, there's tools, but we encourage you to do it. That's what America gives you. The other party says, oh man, it's because of all that shit that happened to your motherfucking ass. You ain't gonna never make it. You ain't gonna never get to have it. So you oppressed. You might as well just stay down. Let us throw you this little chump change, till we figure it out. We gonna get you right. You just stay there till we get you right. 60 years later, we gonna get you right. Fucking 100 years later, we gonna get you right. We ain't never gave you shit, ain't done none of the shit we said we gonna do. But we gonna get you right. Just trust us. And so no, why would I be offended? For what? Why am I offended? Even if it was a racial slur, why be offended? Like I say, it had no physical impact on my person. He didn't hurt me. He didn't change my situation in any way. Did nothing. That's why I laugh at it. It was funny because I knew that people would react, and I'm not saying I'm laughing at the people, but I just understand how things work. And the real power is when you say, okay, when a person tries to get that reaction from you, when they want to make you respond or not respond, react in a certain way, because reacting and responding are two different things. Hey, Jack, don't give it to them. Then they don't know what to do. When they can't go to that fucking what's the emergency red button and hit that fucking button. You know what I'm saying? Y'all see the memes? What was it? Call of Duty or what does it say when you losing an argument with a black guy on a video game or online or something? They hit the red button, but it's got like nigger stamped on it. Because if you know this, right? If you know this, then why let it impact you? Why give people that power? You know what I'm saying? Why give people that power? You know what I'm saying? And so, again, don't let people impact you. Don't let people affect you. Like the gay ass comment that Jay Dizzle just had to fucking blank. Gives a fuck. That's his own issues that he sits at home in his mom's basement or wherever the fuck he is, or maybe at a gay bar. Who fucking knows where the fuck he is? But again, big dog, like, and this is my thing, and this is why I want the den to thrive, because there's going to be people who don't like, but there's going to be people who are going to, if the den ever did blow up, there's going to be people who hate it so much because you're not buying the bullshit. But there's going to be people who need these messages. There's going to be people who need to have these conversations, and you cannot give it away. You can't, like, when me and my pops have a weird relationship. I like my pops. Didn't care for him a lot at first, but I was listening to my mom a lot, even though I spent time with him here. Every time I spent time with him, when I was younger, go out, to PA for a little while, or if he was in Beaumont for a little while, or he was asked to be in PA, he'd go take me to my goddamn grandma's house, don't see this nigga for a few days, but then he'd come scoop me up, we go fishing, or whatever else would happen. Kind of a weird relationship. But ultimately, we cool. I have no beef with him. But if it's one thing that I remember him, or I've learned from him, that I if I didn't pick up anything else, because I had to figure it out a little bit, and that message was, don't give anybody your power. And that's the power of having a father, man. And he was there early on in my life. I think they split when I was probably about 10, when it was official, 9, 10. And then, like I said, I'd see him on again, off again. And shit. Even last time I talked to him, we had a good conversation. Just ain't talked to him in a while. No big deal. But the one thing is, don't give anybody your power. That's the one message I fucking retained. And I didn't understand what it meant. Give me my power. What the fuck is a Superman or something? Stab out the sun? What the fuck is you talking about? I got kryptonite? But in a way, it was the kryptonite. And that is not reacting to people's actions, not reacting to what people say. You know what I mean? And the thing about that is, once you can control that, you can control so much more, because people don't have that X factor on you. Okay. Their extreme measures, their best effort is going to be a fail, because they can't use that shit like that. You know what I'm saying? That's funny. You said that yesterday's stream validates some of my thoughts. In what way? What you got? What do you mean exactly by that? Because I think I validate my own thoughts, but let me know exactly what you mean by that. Why would I hate Mike? I don't hate Mike. I just said that. That shit don't impact me. Mike has said a lot of very interesting things. Has brought some adequate knowledge. I don't hate him. Don't hate anybody. What has Mike really done to me for me to hate him? Like, nothing. So that's what I'm saying. Again, it is what it is. So my deal that racism still exists in this country, I've been knowing that. That don't mean anything. I don't none of that shit this is no surprise to me. racism does still exist in this country, but am I going to let it stop me? Am I going to let it slow me down? Am I going to let that shit impact the way I think about anything? Absolutely not. I don't give a shit. I don't give a shit about any of this stuff. You know what I'm saying? I give a fuck about what I can do to improve myself, what I can do to improve the conversation around some of these topics that need to be had. And so, like I said, I'm not tripping on none of that shit. Like these weirdos, like the weirdos who come here, and I find that so funny because as a man, you know, you think you're trolling or you think you're doing something, but like, what kind of weirdo even types something like that? That's the content of your character right there. The fact that you couldn't catch me typing no shit like that. You know what I'm saying? So the fact that I wouldn't even, that tells you what you're about right there. Even if you call yourself, oh, I'm trolling. No, that's what you are, because no man would type anything like that. You know, there might be some angry homosexuals out there who are raging in the den right now. That could be the case. They may be with that shit. That may be what they like, but that has no impact on me. That has no impact on what I give a shit about. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, it is what it is. And that's what y'all got to understand. Like, y'all stick around long enough, y'all understand that I'm not quite like everybody else. Not saying I'm different from everybody. I think there's some other folks I've come to realize that there are some other people who think like I think. But again, you know, that shit don't bother me, man. Like, you can't. I done been through too much for that bullshit to faze me. But getting back to the conversation, so you're saying free speech, that the liberals use free speech to advocate crazy shit, right? And so this is true, because they go far left and they start talking about, you know, we're promoting the trans thing. And I think there was a comment that was made last night, because they're saying, you know, now that you can't keep all the blacks on the Democratic plantation, now they're trying to, you know, go for the trans people because the gays aren't buying it. And that's what I was talking to as far as the conservative, you know what I'm saying? What happened? I don't know. So, they say 28 after the hour show really is good. Let's see how long it goes. I don't know. I'm not worried about it. But, you know, again, the thing about it is, you learn, because you would always think that the Democrats were the party of caring about the people, but it's not. It's not true. And when you realize that, I think it opens up a new window. You know what I'm saying? I think you see a new light, and you're like, damn, I can't believe I've been believing this shit all my life. Again, you know, we talked about Hillary and all, and the bill and all that shit, but, you know, black people love the fuck out of fucking Bill Clinton. Saxophone, sex, little weed, smoking, saxophone, and sex. Oh, Bill's the greatest ever. He was the first black president, you know, not Obama. Like, for some dumb shit. This is what we relate to. You know, they say most people pick a president because by who they would like to hang out with, and that just sounds like some shit. Get stoned, we're getting a blowjob and jamming some good old jazz music. I'm voting for Bill Clinton. So, you know what I mean? That's just really what the fuck it is. You know, that's what the fuck it is, man. That's why she had a seizure. That's terrible. You know, and then she was talking about men having control over their emotions, and women want men to understand their emotions, but it's a way to do it. And I think that is also true. I think that you need to understand certain stuff, but you can't be sitting here spouting out your emotions all day and night, sitting here thinking that, you know, she's going to relate to me because she's in touch with her emotions. I'm getting in touch with my feminine side, and that bitch finna leave you for a fucking woman, you know? And that's what she finna do. She's like, fuck, I'm fucking with a bitch right now. You know what I'm saying? This motherfucker don't even last in bed 10 minutes, goddamn. I'm gonna go get me a chick with a strap on. She's gonna be one of them chicks that be walking around the club with the strap on under their jeans and shit. So, I mean, it is what it is. Man Up Calling had some good stuff to say, right? And the super predators, exactly. I mean, that's what I'm saying. But you're mad at Trump, but he's never said anything like that. He may have said, oh, well, only people can live like this are black people, because we do live like that. Like, think about it. Think the fuck about it. If you are black right now, okay, and let's be honest with yourself, man. That's why I said what Mike said, it hurt, didn't feel good. But let's wallow in that pain and turn that pain into motivation. And motivation don't last forever. Use that motivation to make a game plan and then execute after that, right? We mad about what Cohen told you. Trump said some racist shit. We were passing by a black neighborhood, and only black people could live like this. Let's be real. Who's probably out on the corner posted up selling dope in their neighborhood? You know what I'm saying? Let's think about it. Who glorifies that? Who makes the music about that? Who makes the songs I'm posted on the block all the time? You know what I'm saying? I'm on the block. I'm strapped up. I'm in the hood. You know what I'm saying? I'm doing this and I'm doing that. My ghetto my gutter so hood and all this other shit. And we glorify this shit. Okay? If you got people who doing dirt, and again, I'm telling you, I'm not knocking nobody. If that's your life, live it. But I'm not glorifying. If that's how you eat, it's a lot of people work a lot of jobs they don't love. You know what I'm saying? It is what the fuck it is. But some people love that lifestyle. Some people born for that lifestyle. But the fact that we glorified even the niggas who not even fucking with no shit like that. We glorify, we play it for the kids. We wonder why they get caught up in this shit. Well, man, come on. The Mexicans, they on the block selling oranges and shit. Goddamn, we ain't got no fucking oranges. Shit. But my thing is, wallow in the pain. Let that make you think differently. Like, don't lie to yourself. Don't tell you got to feel good about everything. Because I'm gonna tell you, I'm like, I was thinking about it last night. I was like, man, Mike said some shit last night. Said some stuff last night. I was like, but was he wrong about some of the things that he said? I mean, shit, I've said it a bunch of times. All Asians know martial arts. This is a fact. I don't care what anybody tells me. And they got all the nail salons. They got all the hair shops. They got the convenience stores. All of them in the hood. Motherfuckers had the opportunities. You have the same opportunity to have access to get this same shit. But we don't capitalize on none of that shit. None of that shit. You know what I'm saying? And so we get mad. You know what bothers me? Because the thing that bothers me, especially with niggas, and I'm not talking about black folks. Black people and niggas are different. Just like I say, every race, every segment of the population has a standard and a trash aspect of it. And that trash aspect is where them slurs and them insults start coming in. Niggas don't appreciate anybody who's built anything. That's why niggas be so quick to want to trash something. Niggas be quick to trash a store. Niggas be quick to shoot up and trash the club. Niggas be quick to want to fuck your car up. Niggas be quick to want to just demolish property or whatever you earned or whatever the fuck it is because they do not fucking appreciate. They do not fucking appreciate what it takes to earn something. You know what I'm saying? And that shit is a fucking problem. And this is where you got to disassociate. You either educate or disassociate. You know what I'm saying? You got to get away from that fucking shit. Like, got to get away from that shit. And again, when I did nigga shit, I had to sit back and look. When I tell you, and maybe that's another reason why it wasn't as hurtful, or it wasn't hurtful at all, anything that Mike said, because I think it was a learning moment maybe for some other people. Other people took it a certain way. I'm not mad at anybody and how they responded to it. But I had these conversations with myself long before DN ever existed. You know what I'm saying? Long before any of this shit ever existed, I've had these conversations with myself. You know what I'm saying? And so all I'm saying is this. This shit cannot impact you. The shit cannot sway you. The shit cannot knock you off course. There'll be a lot of people that feel like that out there. But what the fuck they gonna do? If you got a game plan and your game plan is rock solid, what the fuck can they do? But get the fuck out your way. So I understand that. I understand the N-word. I heard the same N-word, right? So why didn't I react the same way? Why did some people react one way? Because some folks called in, they said, spoke their piece on it. Other folks called in and spoke their piece on it. You know what I'm saying? So again, it doesn't matter. It's about how you let certain things impact you, make you respond to certain things, and get upset about certain shit. Again, you cannot sway me, especially not on the fucking internet. Because the things that motherfuckers say on the internet, they will never say in real life. Yeah, well, look. Yeah, well. You know, and again, I don't know the cultures, but Japanese and Chinese, there may be some beef. There may be something that that goes on there. I don't know the full history, but I heard they had a little tiff at one point in time in history. I don't know how that goes, but there may be some something there. You know what I'm saying? But again, no big deal. No big deal. Yeah, the man at GameStop was a good one. Didn't give a shit about it. And the thing is, destroyed the shit. And people rooted for that. People sympathized with that. People fucking beefing, bro. But people sympathized with that. He was what is misgendering? All right. What is misgendering? And so I don't understand any of this stuff. But again, yeah, Jay Bird, it was you. You were the one that did it. But let me get into the man up's points. Then we're gonna open this line back up for whoever's feeling froggy. You know. Oh, hey, look. let's give him what he wants. You know, let's give him what he needs. Hey, okay, what are you gonna do about it? That's my thing. What are you gonna do about it? And so nothing. So shut the fuck up. Like, go tell that to somebody in real life. Go find the nearest African American, black, whatever you can find. Go tell them in real life. Go be the change that you want to see in society. Go be the change that you want to see in society, and go tell somebody that, and make it happen. Go benefit the world. I'm gonna put up here just shortly. I want to talk about what Man Up said, because like I say, you know, it's the retard rhetoric. That's what it is. Okay. Somebody just see, this is the thing. Let's talk about this idiot. Let's have some fun here, because obviously they're stupid. You know, they see black guy, I'm gonna say stuff. It's gonna get him angry. It's gonna trigger him, not knowing to what type of person they're talking to. Very, very uninformed. He doesn't know where he's at. He thinks he's at one of these other channels that's going to sway. He thinks that's, you know, this is one of those other channels. He's bored, not getting no pussy, you know, but I got a finger up his ass. And, yeah, like, they don't know what, they don't, like, that's what I say. They motherfuckers don't know how the den operates. Like, and so I think it's super, super funny. Who says, let's go back to Africa? Have I ever said, let's go back to Africa here? This guy has like a whole, it's either a bot, it could be a Russian bot. I think that's what it is, because you see all these statements are determined. Has nothing to do with what this conversation is talking about. Because if he was anybody who was paying any attention to what was going on, he would kind of know, he would probably be on par with the conversation, you know? And again, so like I said, nobody's even said anything about Africa. Greg is a bot. And so whoever's bot that is, that's nifty. And I think that's pretty cool. Because if anything, he'll realize that he was just saying the same shit that we were just talking about. And it means nothing. Oh, you said something about Africa? No, okay. Anyway, but like I say, still, obviously, he has no idea what's going on in the conversation. That's Mike's burner account. That's funny. Funny. Greg is thank you for agreeing, Greg. Greg is agreeing with what I just said, right? Greg is basically agreeing with everything I've just been talking about. So he must have been listening, because he's not doing anything but saying what I've been saying, right? Because then I just say niggas don't give a fuck and they fucking tear shit up. You know, say when I was talking about Trump going through the black community and saying only black people could live like this, but we promote this. So Greg is basically saying exactly what I was talking about. So thank you, Greg. I'm glad that you agree. Good boy. Good boy, Greg. Let me see. Because I wanted to address Man Up, but I'm going to open up the line here in just a second. When he's talking about the dude in the dress, I'll run through it real quick. He was talking about the dude in the dress, and Jada Pinkett supported it. You know, the emasculation of men. Again, very interesting. And because it's sad, because again, it's Hollywood. It's the Hollywood motherfuckers who are pushing it again. You know what I'm saying? That they have this agenda. You know, they want to make men effeminate. They want to. It was interesting. I saw something from our boy A. Jones the other day. I saw something from A. Jones the other day, right? And he was saying something interesting, but he was talking about. I don't want to say the full name. I don't want YouTube to get me. And he was talking about how in the old days how they would break. You know, they would buck break, if you will. And how they would utilize women in the slave days, and how they would make them watch how these men got broke down. But now it's almost like Hollywood is encouraging the women to do the same thing, and like almost like black women are encouraging it. But I think he kind of took his analogy a little bit too far. You know what I'm saying? And the thing about that is, it didn't quite make sense. You know, but I got where he was trying to go with it. That's funny. Greg, you didn't acknowledge that you've been agreeing with me the whole time, but you were able to respond to that. But you're still a good boy, and I'm proud of you. You're doing well. He was talking about how it's going to get to the point where eventually men and women are going to be the same thing. You know, where men and women are going to do and be the same thing. And that's what the world wants us to be. They want to push this agenda that, you know, men are no different from women. Women are no different from men. We can all do the same stuff. We can do a lot of the same things. We can do a lot of similar things, but there are differences. Okay? There are differences. So my thing is, we have to acknowledge those differences. And so if we don't, that's when the world's going to start falling apart. Once we start trying to blend everything in, we start forcing this equality that doesn't exist. There are avenues where women are stronger than men. There are avenues where men are physically stronger than women. We got to acknowledge this stuff. Josh went to South Padre Island. I told him not to, but he did it anyway. Let's see. We talked about Mike and man, those great points he made about the LGBT and weak handshakes. That shit was fucking funny. That's funny. And he talked about jumping from woman to woman, and that was a very good point. When you try to play these different roles, as far as you're going to be this guy with one chick, you're going to be this guy with another chick, exactly. Eventually you will get exposed for who you are. You know, and that's what it all comes down to. So stop acting, be you. And if the chick don't dig you for being who you are, then you're going to find one that is with you. Stop the nonsense. I agree with what he said about, you know, resources and skills are what's ultimately the point. Raise your sons hard, protect your daughters. Don't let someone be able to convince them with material things. And I think that's where, oh man, that's a big problem. That's a big problem. Big problem in this community. Super funny. Super duper funny. Super funny. But that's definitely a big problem that we have here in the community. You know what I'm saying? And that's materialism. And the fact that if you ain't providing, if you're not showing the value of things and you're not teaching that at a young age, and, you know, everybody likes nice things. Nothing wrong with having nice things. But if you don't teach your daughters especially, you know, this motherfucker look like he come down as a knight in shining armor, you know. But in reality, you know, he just buffed up some rusty ass shit, you know. And so, you know, it looks good, but it really ain't all that. You have to teach them the values, and then you have to teach them standards. That's ultimately one of the most important things. And then I called in and talked about dipping daddies. I thought that was funny because I meant to say dipping daddies earlier because he was talking about whoever was dipping. All right. So here. Interesting. You definitely played yourself. But it is what it is. Congratulations, you played yourself. All right, here's the deal, man. I'm gonna take a quick jiffy break. We're going to come back. I'm going to open up the line for a little bit. But look, like I said, I ain't finna fuck with y'all all night like we did last night. So give me just a second, and we'll get into the conversation, and it'll be all good. Open up the line. If Lady Lish is still in here, then make sure you call in, because you said you had something that you had to confess or whatever it was. Right back. Yeah, some messages. Chat messages. What's the motherfucking deal? So, you know, Scotty required some of my services for just a second. So, here is the deal, right? So, I was thinking during that short break. Good night, Mr. 335. Peace. It is I, your son. So I was thinking during that break, right? And I haven't got a chance to catch up. I'll catch up in just a second, because I'm sure y'all have been going in. What if there was a Chicano mic? Wouldn't that be great? That would be like the trifecta, right? You got prepaid mic, Chicago mic, Chicano mic. That would be dope. All right, so let's see what we got going on here. Let's see. Do. Where we at? Let's see. Where are we at? Making men metrosexuals. No. Jay Dizzle said, fuck all the bullshit. I ain't get to read all the good messages, goddamn. That's fucking funny though. Let's see where we at. I got something, but I'm gonna leave that. Prison mic. Oh no. No, we don't want prison mic. Prison mic's a tough guy. He wants that cocktail fruit. All right, let's open up the line, man. Let me boot everything back up. Let me make sure that the hours are correct, because sometimes, you know, the Denline can be closed. But let's boot that up. Y'all can call in. If it's not going through, let me know, and I will check out. Give me a second. Let me open it up. Like I say, none of that shit means anything to me. I welcome it. I want everyone to call in. Why is this? Ooh. Heidi got burned. Shout out to all you Den folk. Let me make sure. I guess it would be easier to do it like this, right? Okay, we got some calls coming in. Why ain't some noise coming through? Damn, that was quick. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we got calling into the den this evening? Oh, I guess that one didn't go through. All right. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening?
What's going on, Hunter? This boy, man up one more again.
Man up, what's the motherfucking deal? What would you like to drop in the den tonight, man up?
I got two things I want to talk about, man, because I don't know, it's just on my mind. No. The first thing I want to talk about, I forget his name, but the guy that called in talking about spoil your daughters and stuff like that.
Yeah.
You know, I see where it's coming from, and he kind of has a point. You know what I'm saying? But the way I would do it is put in my daughter's head like I do now. Teach her that can't no man impress her with materialistic stuff. She can go buy her damn self if she wants it. You know what I'm saying? So I get where he's coming from. Don't let no man, you know what I'm saying, come in and talk about, oh, I can buy you Benz, I can buy you that. You know what I'm saying? Let materialistic shit, you know, impress her and stuff. So I get that. But I would just go by a different route. You know what I'm saying? That's just me. Now, the other thing I want to talk about, way, way off topic, don't even have nothing to do with tonight's show, but I just thought maybe, you know, just want to get your thoughts on it, or even if you even heard about it. I forgot her name. Lonnie. No, Lord. God don't. Well, Aunt Becky from Full House. I feel like that. Yes, from Full House.
Yes.
Yeah, so I guess you heard about it. You know. Oh, go ahead.
No, it's kind of slightly, but with the whole college scandal deal.
Yeah. to me, that's another thing that's going on wrong with the youth in this country. I always say you can't always blame the parents on everything, but this is just straight up blatant. You ain't got no choice but to blame the parents on this one, because I thought that we supposed to be teaching our kids how to work hard and earn everything they want. You see what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. I thought that, we supposed to sit and provide an example for our kids. I thought we as parents were supposed to be role models and stuff like that for our kids. You see what I'm saying? And it kind of crazy because I saw the daughter's YouTube channel, and she was like, she want to go to college, she want to be a part of game day, she want to go to nice parties, she don't really care about school, was her exact words. Yeah. And it's like, you can do that without even going to college. Why even waste your time? Let those that's working their ass off and that want to do this go and get that education, go and succeed in life, instead of having your mom who try to pay for somebody to take your test to get you in there, and then try to pay the college professors to pass you with all this stuff. You ain't really earning nothing in life, because once you get grown and get onto that real world yourself, I think this is where a lot of kids start suffering from depression and don't understand how this real world works, because they been crippled all their life. And once, the real world actually slaps them in the face, they don't know how to react. And I just think that in that case, mom was totally fucked up and wrong for that one, because that's not what you're supposed to do. And I remember a while back, me and you was doing it then, and T. Charlie had called in, and it was like she kind of seen where I was coming from. We as parents, we're supposed to guide our kids, because once they hit that real world, there ain't no letting go on that. It's over with then. You know what I'm saying? Because once that real world hits them in the face, they gonna, you don't know what they might end up being like then. You know what I'm saying? Because the real world ain't no joke. It's more harsher punishment than you can ever on this earth. So that's my call, man. I ain't gonna strive on too long, man. I just wanted to talk about that, just to see what your thoughts was on that, man.
Okay, man. I appreciate the call there, man.
All right, appreciate it. Have a good one,
All right, you too. Man, that whole collegiate situation is real interesting. I think it's pretty interesting. And what I'm saying by that is, it is fucked up for the kid who probably did have an opportunity, who did have the grades, who did deserve to get that spot. But at the same time, man, it's a part of me that's like, are you willing to come up after all that fucking money? Is it fucked up? Yeah, it's fucked up. It is. But money talk, bullshit walk, man, 1,000 miles, and money gives you the ability to make plays like that. That's a fucked up situation, but it is what it is. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening?
Hey, this is Giant Mess.
Already, Giant Mess, what would you like to drop at the den this evening?
I was writing in the thing about the whole metrosexual thing, and I was thinking, the way they want people to dress, the way they want people to act in this new age, it feels like they're wanting to go back to like that age where people were doing all that classical music, and you had some of the nobles acting like kind of wearing all the frills and things like that. It's almost like some of these people want to go back to that. And what I find the funniest thing is, like, most of those people doing that were all rakes in the first place.
So what do you think people get out of that? I mean, what do you think is the motive behind doing something like that?
I think it's a power dynamic. To me, it is, because I think with a lot of you get the women in Congress, they're going, "Oh, look, we made it to Congress," and it's like, yeah, but you didn't make it there alone. And so they're wanting to change people's outlooks on certain things like femininity and things like that, because they think hey, if we get more people on our side and they want to start acting like us, that gives us more power because they'll want to start voting for us again and all that shit. And it's like, or they'll be calmer or something else. And it's like, you realize that most of the times, especially like if you're in a, like I heard this one woman say who had, desk jobs, and they said that a lot of the time you'll hear men talk about a certain thing, but most of them are friendly with each other.
Mm-hmm.
But the moment you get a group of women in the workplace, they're talking about somebody that works with them. And I find it funny around that because, like I was saying earlier, it's like if a lib says anything about hateful things to somebody, it's just, oh, well, that's all right. But as soon as, like, anybody else says anything, it's hate speech.
Yeah.
And I think a lot of these people enjoy having that power dynamic, saying, hey, look, if we make these laws and we write these in the books and we get you to stop acting like men and we get you to stop, doing all these things, and it's like, well, who's gonna wins most? Like, because we can't hit women, usually, unless if I'm gonna say this: if a woman pulls out a knife on me, I'm sorry, I'm probably gonna grab the knife out of her hand and then blast the bitch in the jaw. But I think a lot of times they want to look at you and go, well, now you have no argument. You can't really say anything, and I'm going to keep going until whenever, and I'm going to keep bringing it up. I don't know. I'm losing track here because my brain is starting to think of other things, and I really...
Okay. But I do get what you're saying, though, that there's a power play at hand. And when you kind of soften up the society, when you kind of, change up the power structures, things operate a little bit differently. But I agree with you saying that, with some of these women who have found their way to power, especially when I want to say that last State of the Union, or it might have been, I believe, I don't know, I don't keep up with all of them, or one of his last speeches, when he was talking about, all the women that came in, they were all standing up there, they were wearing white to try to, prove some point. I thought white was for the virgins, but we're not even going to get into that. I think there's just like some weird power plays going on, and again, that false equality that they're trying to reach for. So I think that's pretty interesting. But I definitely do think clothing and trying to blend, I think that's where it starts at, because most basic people, it starts with fashion. Most people care about clothes and celebrity and shit like that. They don't really care about politics or the rest of the shit. And so you start on a more basic level where it infiltrates society, where they pay attention, and that's fashion, that's clothing. And once you start dressing suspect, you start behaving, like culprits, and then it's all downhill from there. But I agree with you. But that's the bit. I appreciate your call there, John Miss.
Yeah, I was the whole thing with the metrosexual thing. I was just thinking, a lot of this is exactly like the 1700s, where you just had people just dressing in frills and acting kind of feminine, and it was more accepted back then, of course. But it just feels like they just want that back.
Okay.
All right.
Well, I appreciate the call.
Yeah.
All right. They say that everything old becomes new again. I used to always think that was fashion or material shit. But sometimes it goes for behaviors too. And this could be where they're going with it. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling in to the den this evening?
Hello.
Hello.
Hey, this is Rashida. How you doing?
Hey, Rashida. How are you, Rashida? It's good to hear from you this evening. How are you?
I'm doing good. I just wanted to say a little something to that last caller. Talking about if a woman pull a knife on him, he gonna hit her in the jaw or something. the way you saying, I think you just better run, okay? Because I don't think nothing like that's gonna happen, okay? And moving along to the college thing about the cheating and everything.
Yes.
College is a business at the end of the day. And though they might say they want people that can do the work and all this, they want people that can pay, pretty much. Because if they got to give you scholarships and all that other kind of stuff to help you pay, they're not making no money. They there to make money. And they want those rich kids there because their parents give them extra donations and all that stuff. So.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, and that's what people got to realize. It's not about the education that you're getting. It's like, it's about the money. Ultimately, it's all about the money. That's why the athletes get away with what they get away with and everything else. It's all about the money. You know, you're selling a prestige or whatever you want to call it from some of these institutions. But it's about how much money can we make and how can we pursue or how can we push this brand.
And I don't feel like poor kids and rich kids live in the same world, because at the end of the day, the rich kids don't really have to face reality like the poor kids do, because the way their parents establish them trust funds and everything, even if they don't make it, drop out of college or whatever, they can go into the family business or tap into their trust fund and they're going to be okay. But like when you poor, your family definitely have to instill those values in you to make it, do something with your life so you can survive out here in the real world. I feel like the poor people definitely have to live in the real world, because I don't know too many rich kids that's working a regular job.
This is true. This is true. And so do you think people see or they operate differently knowing that they have that fallback? Like Man Up said, the chick said, you know, she don't really care about school. She don't really care about that. But somebody who would have had to come from a position of struggling and having to earn it, you know, they know all the work, the studying, the time that they put in to get into that position and everything they would lose if they blew that opportunity. Do you think that a person, that poor people value those opportunities more so?
Of course. And I think that the rich people a lot of times do it so they can keep their trust fund, because, you know, they want to please their parent and make sure they doing things just to keep the money flowing, pretty much.
Okay. Interesting. So what do you think should happen to these people who have gotten caught up in this scandal? Do you think they deserve jail time? Should they be fined? You know, they ain't spent enough money on the shit already. But what do you think the outcome should be for the people who've gotten caught up in this? I mean, I know that there were the actual staff, and then there's the people who were paying to get their kids in. And should anything happen to the kids who benefited from it?
I mean, my honest opinion, I really don't care. Because at the end of the day, I just see parents trying to do the best for their kids. And the way they did it was they used their money and influence to do it. A lot of times people do things for their kids that they shouldn't do, but they do it. That's just how I see it. You want the best for your kids, so you had the finances to do it, so you did it.
Okay. And is that wrong of a parent? Because I mean, you know, like you said, parents want to do the best for their children, and if you have an opportunity, because I believe in life taking the unfair advantages. Some of us are physically superior, some of us are mentally superior, some of us have more abilities than others. You know, and you know, you got to do what you got to do to use what skill set you have to get by. But I believe in utilizing the unfair advantages that life gives you. And so if these people had money from the work they put in, from being on TV or being celebrities or whatever it is, because they could have made other decisions. They pursued these careers and that's what they chose. They made the money from it. Is it wrong for them to use their unfair advantage to present their children with an unfair advantage?
No, I don't think so. But, I mean, I would have did it too, honestly. If I could afford it, I would do it too. Because it's hard getting in those Ivy League schools. And if that's where you want your child to be, then you do what you have to do. It's too bad they got caught. I just put it like that.
Oh, man. So how many other, I mean, because here's the thing, they got caught. But I'm pretty sure everyone has got caught. Somebody had to put them on game. So I'm sure
This started way before them. Come on now, they just got caught. But let's be honest now. A lot of these rich kids in these expensive schools, do we really think they earn those grades, or they been paying their teachers all along? Because a lot of these rich kids are not too bright. Come on now, let's be honest here.
This is true. This is true. We live in that this especially with this My Sweet 16 generation, or is this even still coming on? I might be outdated. But I know, because we glorify the money, we glorify all this bullshit.
But I think they overpaid, though. I think they should have tried to get the prices lower, because that was really expensive.
What? Yeah, they paid the tuition and then some just to get in that bitch.
Exactly.
But I guess it must mean something to them. But now, how? Because it has to be embarrassing.
The kids are going to try to use that education to get a job when you know you can provide your child whatever job they want. Like I just didn't see the need for the diploma. But that's just me.
Yeah, so, but my thing is,
I don't know what their thinking is.
What do you think it was? Do you think it's just to be associated with this, or some parents say my kid went to this? Okay.
I think they did it for themselves, so they could say, "Oh, my child went to Harvard. Oh, my child went to Yale." They doing it for themselves.
Oh, okay. And so, how do you feel about the little girl getting her? Because she was sponsored by one of them makeup companies. I forgot who it was. They all sound the same to me, but they yanked her sponsorship because she was a YouTuber and she cared more about YouTube than really going to college. I mean, how do you think that it should be handled? And how embarrassing do you think it is to realize like that has to be pain in and of itself, to all the bragging that you've probably done on your door. Yeah, she got into USC and she did this and she did that, and now you got found out that you got exposed and you spent, $500,000 or whatever it was. I know someone spent a whole lot of money. Some only spent, 15, 20,000, but I guess whatever you can get a motherfucker, get it for it. But do you think that the embarrassment itself is worth it enough, or do you think, again, like I say, that there should be, I mean, should it be jail time? That's what I'm curious, because one went to jail and got bailed out. So, you think ultimately a fine?
I think they just need to just leave them people alone, because at the end of the day, they might be rich, but they parents, and they did what they had to do for their kids.
Okay. Again, like I say, it is what it is, I guess. But what about the kids who knew? Because I saw somebody saying, they're just kids, they shouldn't suffer because of their parents. But some of those kids knew, because they were talking about one of the girls was bragging because she knew that she didn't get those SAT scores. And I got a question. I'm going to throw something way back. Way back, because this is what I think about. Okay. Now, Master P's Romeo, didn't Romeo go to USC or something like that? He went to one of those big colleges. And I know he was an athlete or whatever. But how much do you think that, do you think Master P might have done something like that?
Of course he did. Of course he probably greased some pockets. I mean, you do what you have to do at the end of the day. Just hopefully you won't get caught.
Okay. Oh, he played with the Rose?
But see, what did that education really do for him, though?
I don't know.
Because he still, that's what I'm saying. Like, I just feel it's about the parent pride. Yeah. And being, I got a Harvard graduate, I got a USC graduate, this, that. Because at the end of the day, you heard them talking about they want to party. They want to go to school to party. You want your parents to spend $100,000 on your tuition so you can party, you can stay your ass at home and party, please.
But I mean, if they're gonna spend a fucking $100,000 on a chain, why not spend $100,000 on a fucking tuition or on some jewelry or some shit like that? So I look at this and I think, it does make sense, because what's the American protocol? Go to high school, go to college, get a job. But even if you're not a big time celebrity or anything like that, what college does for you is, it's not even so much, the education does help. You got to go to school, you got to want to graduate, you want to do those, but it's the network that it provides you, because you get to meet people, especially depending on where you go, that go off and end up being successful. And, you can, call up a buddy, because it's not what you know, it's who you know. And I think more so that has some things to play into it than so much some of the other shit. But if you were known as being that spoiled ass fucking celebrity's kid. I don't know how much that's going to benefit you. But then in this day and age, everybody loves fame and celebrity, so that may, get you into some places. Who fucking knows? But yeah, I think that whole thing is crazy. Again, I'm not necessarily mad at the parents. Because I know, shit, I fuck around with this $500 million Powerball, shit. I'm going to do the same shit. I'm going to go back to school, goddamn.
I feel like people just blowing it all out of proportion. They trying to make it bigger than what it is. Like, leave them people alone. They parents. They did what they had to do.
Yeah. Okay. Oh, so.
And a lot of people don't do it because they can't afford to do it. So.
Yeah. But, that's interesting. Don't those kids have to go to school to make grades at the end of the day? I mean, yeah, I would hope so.
They're going to pay people for papers and all. They ain't finna do shit in their school.
Yeah. Lil Wayne actually did go to U of H. Lil Wayne was at U of H when I was at U of H. And
really?
Yeah, somebody was in there talking about
Was he in the class?
Yeah.
Did he actually go to the class?
It was some chicks who, let's just say, I ain't going to say my affiliation with them, but yeah, because I was like, this nigga ain't going to class because he feel that fireman video. I want to say he was on U of H campus where he filmed it, but I was just like, man, this nigga ain't going to fucking no class in no motherfucking U of H. Like, why wouldn't this nigga go to UNO or something like that? But yeah, they was like, yeah, he was in my class and all this other shit. I'm like, man, get the fuck out of here, But they vouched for him. I don't know how often, how long he was there, but they said he got his degree. So who knows, man.
That's surprising.
Yeah.
That is very surprising.
Yeah. So, yeah, I find it surprising too. Like, nigga, you fired, man. Nigga, look, you better go show some love to the squad while you motherfucking me doing all this other shit. Goddamn, look, you better put us on. But,
Hey, what happened to Greg? Did y'all put him out or something? I ain't seen him talking no more.
He's using his other alias.
Oh.
Yeah.
How do these people find the den? They just come in here talking that bullshit, that dumb shit. I don't know.
I don't know. Again, bored, something. I don't know. But I appreciate that. Yeah, I mean, I appreciate it because obviously, I'm worth somebody's attention. It makes me feel special, If somebody can, stay in here long enough, listen to me talk a bunch of shit, just to engage, it makes me feel like I'm doing something special. So,
well, they better be glad I'm not a moderator because I put their ass out, banned, booted, everything.
It's all good, Like I said, I'll just sit there, like I said, because the shit really has no. I really don't care.
Yeah.
I honestly don't.
It was just entertainment, but it was popping last night though.
Man,
so was kind of mad, but last night.
Well, so what were your thoughts? Having a day to rest on it. Having a day to kind of really think about it. How do you feel about last night?
I thought it was entertaining. I'll say that. I thought it was entertaining.
Okay.
I mean, I would have put some people out. Well, one or two people, yeah, I definitely would put them out. Mm-hmm.
But then would it have been as entertaining had we put those people out?
No, after we roast their ass, then we put them out.
Oh, okay. You roast them and put them out. Okay. I get it.
That's right. That's how you do it. Because this like a dysfunctional family. You don't come in here messing with us.
Okay. Yeah, we
supposed to stick together. We supposed to stick together.
Crazy cousins and shit. Yeah, it's all Gucci. So again, it was something else that happened. And damn it, because we talked about something else, and I wanted to ask you. But what about your thoughts on fucking are men getting more sensitive in your opinion? I mean, are they not sensitive but emotional? I guess it all goes hand in hand because we're talking about sensitive emotions.
Me and you had talked about this before, and like I told you, I don't like no sensitive ass men. That's not how I grew up. When I grew up, men was men. They went all confused and shit. Want to wear flower shirts and lace pants and all this other kind of bullshit. You know what I'm saying? So.
God damn. That's.
And that's what I like. I like a man's man. I'm not with all this. Oh, tell me about your feelings and all that shit. I'm not. No. You keep that shit to yourself. I'm not interested in it.
So you ain't rock with the skinny jeans. You ain't cool with that.
No, I'm not with this new generation type man. No, I like the older men.
The leopard pants. You ain't cool with that. That ain't
Hell no, you doing laundry. You can't tell your clothes from your man clothes. That's a problem.
Oh shit, that is a problem. That's definitely detrimental to the situation. So how do you feel
exactly.
that how should a man's man or a woman's man, I guess in that sense, how should they dress? How do you feel? What do you feel is appropriate? How should a man dress these days?
Just casual, nice khakis or nice blue jeans. They ain't got no tight, no skinny jeans.
Okay.
That was the worst thing they ever did is skinny jeans.
Okay.
No flower shirts.
No flower shirts.
Nice casual.
Not even no Hawaiian shirts.
Nice casual button-up shirt.
Not even no Hawaiian shirts when you're on vacation. No flower shirts.
Hell no flower shirt. I'm talking about like the Amigos had them flower shirts on.
Yeah, that shit ain't cool.
No capris. No capris. No capris. No romper. Remember when they tried to bring the male rompers out?
I thought the world's finna end. That shit was terrible.
That's what I said.
That shit
and
was
then
terrible.
They got these wearing their hair in man buns and shit. No. Too much feminine shit. And then they wearing skirts and dresses and
So you ain't like that young jock look when he was rocking him? He was looking like somebody, ain't he? You wasn't cool with that?
Hell no. No, but he was living in the forest for a while in a treehouse.
Nah.
So can't nobody take no advice from him.
Nah, he was in the treehouse.
He was in a treehouse or something in the forest. You know, he a little off. Yeah, he off.
I was never a fan of him though. Really, he had that one song, and then they really like tried to pump him up.
Yeah, I like him though. I'm not saying I don't like him. I like Young Jock. He's funny to me, but he crazy.
Nah, tomorrow
I'm just like a regular man that know how to do man things, like to drink his beer, eat his pizza, watch his games, play his video games, just regular. Okay. I'm not with all this extra shit. You know what I'm saying? Just be cool. That's it.
Okay.
Don't talk a lot. You know.
So do you play video games with your man?
No, I don't do that. I don't like video games.
Oh man, so you gotta get
Anyway, when a man playing his video game, that's his time. You let him have his time in his video game because they be too serious about that. That's one thing I learned. You don't mess with no man when he playing his video game. You leave him alone. You can go watch TV or something. Bring him something to eat or something to drink so he can be cool while he playing his games and go watch TV.
Okay. See, look, I might need to start talking about modern women. They got to take some lessons from Rashida. Hold up, babe.
No, they gonna tell me. They gonna call me old fashioned and tell me this ain't how modern women act.
No, they gonna say you ain't with it.
Because I see a lot of the younger women talking about, oh, he like I work, so he needs to do this and do that around the house, and I'm like, okay, that's what you think.
Interesting. Okay.
But see, it's all about when you was raised, and that's what I saw growing up. You know, my mother did a lot of the, household work and all that other kind of stuff. So it was just a different time.
So do you think that those were stronger relationships then when people played their roles, if you will? I think that's the proper way to put it. Everybody kind of had a role and they stuck to the script by their role. Do you think that built strong relationships?
I think we wasn't lost. You know what I'm saying? I think a lot of these changes are just making people lost. They just trying to redefine gender roles, like a man supposed to do all this other stuff that, that some of it's feminine. You know what I'm saying? Let a man be a man, let a woman be a woman.
So what about, I saw somebody mention earlier, is it okay for men to get pedicures?
Yeah, that's fine, because if your feet look like some claws or some hoofs or whatever, yeah, take care of that.
Yeah.
Be cutting the sheets at night, don't take care of that.
Okay.
If you're in a good relationship, your woman, she might try to help you out, but if you too bad off, she got to send you to get a pedicure. Sometimes you can help, and sometimes you can't help.
Okay. Man, I really can't. I was trying to buy that bitch. That was on sale. People have been telling me to buy me because they've been telling me to play that for the longest. I'm gonna have to check that out. A lot of people have been recommending that game. I'm gonna have to look into that. Okay. So if you got claws, it's okay to go and get them trimmed. Okay.
Exactly. That's good. That's good. Okay. But see, some stuff is good. Not all that extra stuff. You don't need to be in the pedicure and all that facial and all that extra shit. No. Just get your feet done, and that's about it.
Okay, so what is too far? What do you like this? Do you agree with this metrosexual stuff that's going on?
Metrosexual is close to homosexual, so no.
So
you don't need your eyebrows. You don't need your eyebrows waxed and your all the other extra stuff. No.
Okay, so no homosexuals.
Okay. Keep it simple.
Okay. All right. Well,
now, what you can do is pay for your woman to get her stuff done. That's what you do.
Oh, okay.
That's
so,
right.
So is it okay to go together?
No.
Oh, okay.
No. That's her time to get away from you.
Oh, okay.
I mean, not you specifically.
That's what she got to go ahead that lady talk. That's what that ladies environment where they get
exactly.
Okay.
Like she might want to go with her friend, and they talk about men or whatever they talk about.
She better not be talking about no goddamn men. Goddamn, I'm the only man she better be talking about.
What I'm saying.
That's a bit, brother Lee, man. Appreciate it. Okay. Well. I think that's very interesting.
Probably gonna no manscaping. I don't know what he means by that. Do he mean man waxing a
well, I don't even want to know.
I don't know.
I don't even want to know nothing about that right there. You know what I'm saying?
Right. I'm gonna have to skip over that too because I don't know what he's talking about manscaping.
Yeah. That's funny. Well, here's the deal, Miss Rashida. We got some other folks trying to blow up the line now. And, I always appreciate you calling. I sit here and talk to you all night, but then they're going to start talking about I'm biased and I be showing Rashida too much love.
But I call every day. You supposed to play stage.
What? Okay. I'm going to keep that in my notebook. I'm going to jot that down.
Because you already know. I don't care nothing about what they got to talk about.
Yeah, I already know. I know you going to hold it down.
Because I wish I could hang up some of them calls because I know you be halfway asleep. And then you wake up with a point. I'd be like, I know he was over there nodding off because I was nodding off.
So yeah, you did tell me you would change some of these calls up. I'm gonna have to. I told you, you're gonna have to send me that list. I'm gonna have to see what you talk about. I'm gonna have to
exactly.
look at the list like Santa Claus to me. Check it twice. Get some. Y'all seen them Ray J glasses that motherfucker fold down? Did he flip up on the side? To get some of them.
No, I ain't seen nothing from Ray J yet.
Yeah, you got some little weird shit going on. Oh, man.
He always trying to make him some money. He got a little hustle.
Yeah, I ain't mad at him. I ain't mad at Ray J for getting his hustle. He should have capitalized when he had the damn chance. When he dropped the tape, that's when he was hot fire. The Kardashians took that momentum and ran with it.
He get money off of that. Yeah. He just don't get as much as Kim get, and that's the shit I wouldn't have went for. Yeah. We don't get the equal amount of money. Why Kim get paid more than you do? You getting chump change, and I think she got $4 million bonus or something. Shit, you better. DeMarcus, don't worry about this being a long ass call. I heard him tell me to hang up. I'm finna hang up. Shit.
Oh man. And Tyron, I'm just banning you, not even on the strength of what you said. I'm banning you on the strength of what the real Honey Badger said. So change your name up, goddamn. But that's a bit, Miss Rashida. As always, I appreciate you, and I know you're gonna hold it down for the den. So I thank you for calling in.
Yeah, she did cut a better deal. You right, Cartier. That was on Ray J. He should have had his mama in there fighting for him, like Chris Jenner was in there. Well, ain't her name Chris? Wait, is her name still Jenner? Because I know.
I think it is still Jenner. Yes, I don't think she ever changed her shit up. I think her shit's still Jenner.
Oh, she needs to change to Kardashian then, because Jenner ain't he Caitlyn now? So I don't know.
Man,
I don't know how that works. But anyway, yeah, I'm gonna let you go. Get to the next call. I'll be in the gym.
All right, I appreciate.
I'll be in the chat. All right, take care.
All right, you too.
All right, bye.
Yeah, that's what I say, Leroy. She got the skill. She gonna hold it down. She gonna chop it up. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling in to the den this evening? Hello. Okay, well, don't know what the purpose of that was. Very, very, very odd. He was in the bag and doing what he does. Oh, very strange shit going on. What's the motherfucking deal, man? Who do we got calling into the den this evening?
Hello?
Hello.
This is fucking Tyron Matthew.
Word. What's the motherfucking... So, that's how I feel about Tyron Matthew. At least change your name. Come with something different, goddamn. You know we ain't fucking with Tyrod out here, goddamn. You know what I'm saying? Try again, because that guy's probably Hispanic. Surprise. Oh, man, come on. You got to do better than that. Know your races, at least. Come on, man. Yeah, so you're going to do better than fucking, you're going to do better than Tyron. You're going to have to change your name up. You know what I'm saying? And so, y'all will be all right. Y'all motherfuckers bored. What happened? The sticky just stopped streaming or something? Y'all motherfuckers supposed to be bored as shit, goddamn. I seen a couple of calls come in, and while I was on the call with Rashid and I think one of those may be somebody we haven't heard from in a while. I'm not sure. So I saw a certain area code. If you want to call back in, please call back in. Not this call, but I'll take this call. But I'll hang up on them if somebody else call in. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling in on the den this evening?
This is Tashawn Gibson.
All right, Mr. Gibson, what would you like to drop in the den this evening?
Why are you telling my boy Tyron?
Because he's the type of motherfucker we talking about tonight. Emotional ass dude. That's what the fuck he is. Yo, emotional ass, social media sucker ass dude. That's why. You know.
So what was up with yesterday? I heard some calls were going on yesterday about some Asians and some N-words and stuff like that. What was up with that?
I don't know. Did you watch the stream? Like, go watch the stream and find the fuck out. It's right there sitting on YouTube. Shit. Go watch that bitch. Like, what the fuck? Well, I heard some shit. You ain't hear shit. You watch the shit, asshole. Come on now.
Hey, who is the bitch that had that long ass call?
D.
B?
Miss D.
Miss D, she need to hurry. Like, damn, bro. She called for a long ass time. She need to hang up that phone, bro. I think she in love with you.
Word.
Yeah, word.
Yeah. Man, but you know what though? You know what I was thinking? Because I saw you left a comment on the last video. And I was thinking something that you had said about the comment, man. I was thinking about it. So anyway. You know what I mean? Like, there we go. So there's that. Oh man. Don't tell me that the hipster message got you. Hipster, did that just cross the line? Was that it? It crossed the line and was the hipster comment? Oh man, it's all very amusing. Like I say, it don't matter to me because every comment in the chat makes the stats look that much better. So I let the trolls keep running. I don't be giving a shit. But if it bothers y'all, y'all do what y'all do. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling in to the den this evening?
Lady.
All right, Miss Lady. Yes, Miss Lady, you said there was something that you wanted to say, something that you wanted to address. And what's up with it? Throw it out there.
Okay, so it'll probably start some shit. Some people might feel like, oh, you should have just left it alone. I'm kind of feeling like that. But,
it's too late now.
I'm going to be honest.
It's too late now. Pandora only comes out of the box. She don't go back in.
Right, you know, so of course I was like re-listening to the show last night and shit, you know, trying to see what the hell I was saying, because I know I wasn't that damn high that had everybody all tight up the ass, you know, but whatever. Okay, so I noticed the second time when I called back, I actually slipped up when I was talking about Jay Dizzle, and I actually said the N-word. I did. And nobody caught that shit. But I usually don't even say that word. I don't even know what the fuck.
You got so fired up. You said the N-word. I don't know.
I did.
We got to talk about this. At what point did you say when you called back in?
Yeah, well, okay, so when I called back in, I was like, because Jay Dizzle was talking about Gorilla Picture. And then I was like, this N-word, because I said it was a girl, like T'Challa say, you know what I'm saying? I ain't say that you are. You know, but I did say it, and I was like, you know, he a caveman pimp, you know, he got this big whatever. That's what I was talking about, but I did slip up and that shit, and I was like, yo. Nobody noticed. Nobody said anything, but looking back at it, I think you noticed because your eyes kind of got a little bit big. I don't know if that was wrong. You know what I'm saying? But I do feel bad. Like, I really do want to apologize. Like, I didn't mean that shit. I'm sorry.
Okay.
But I did say that too.
Okay, so here's the thing. Okay. It's a couple of things I'm going to say about this. All right?
Okay.
All right, one, I'm gonna give you your merit for coming back and saying and admitting, you know, that you felt a particular way about it and you wanted to address it, because most people would have just left it alone and said, fuck it, if nobody say nothing about it, I ain't gonna say nothing about it. So I'll give you your credibility there. Two, we have to discuss this. We're gonna have to have I'm gonna have to talk to my secret focus group community to see if this is acceptable behavior, if we got to kick you out the den. And I'm just joking with you. We ain't gonna kick you out.
Oh my God, I was about to say no.
I'm just joking. You do realize that Mike came in here and said all that shit he said yesterday, and he ain't been banned, he ain't been nothing, because I don't really give a shit like that. So it's not that big of a deal, but I do commend you on your credibility for coming back and saying all of that stuff. You know?
Right, and I feel bad, especially because, you know, I mean, like I said, I think when Mike said it the first time, you know what I'm saying, I honestly truly think he was just saying Beyonce's name. But at the same time, when he came back and he just went ham on it, like, that was fucked up. That was too far. I mean, I don't disagree as far as, you know what I'm saying, it's the internet, you know, freedom of speech and all this and that kind of stuff, you know what I'm saying? But he did say it towards the point where, you know, he was trying to be offensive about it, or, you know, trying to make somebody mad, like he used it in a mean way, you know what I'm saying?
But here's the deal. If you know the intention, do you take the bait, or do you let him sit there and look foolish and laugh about it? That's the whole thing about it. Like, you know, you can't give people the power. And I know everybody don't think like that. I know everybody doesn't think like that. And I'm talking from, I've had motherfuckers say the shit in my face and try to be malicious with it, and, you know, we gonna fix that shit on site. Not much younger, like I haven't had those problems. I've been older. Never, like I said, and I stay in an area where I may see other black people every few days, you know what I'm saying? And I'd be out and about, like, locally, unless I'm elsewhere, or, you know, the little one at the bus stop or something. It might be another one, or somebody might be mixed or something like that, but I hardly ever see other folks. So my thing is, I don't ever have issues. I might get a funny look from time to time, and I look right back at them, and they turn their head and everything. Nobody says shit, so that shit doesn't mean anything to me, because I know if anybody feels a particular kind of way, I invite them to express themselves. But like I say, shit, it is what it is. Especially on the internet, I don't give a fuck about no shit like that. You know what I mean? Come on, like, and that's just what I want people to understand. I can't fault anybody for feeling the way they feel, but there's no point in riling your energy up over the internet. It's a big ass fucking undefinable space in between you and whomever else is on the other end, or wherever the fuck they are, and you know, everything in the whole network you're going through to hear this information. Man, fuck all that shit. It's the same shit like with them little motherfuckers who used to be on the Xbox talking shit on the fucking Call of Duty or other video. God damn, niggas, they mad. You don't give them what they want. What they want is a response. Like, you don't give them that. You know what I mean? And that's why you hold the cards in your hand. You don't let anybody give a fuck about none of that shit. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to get upset about things that are factual. And this shit I talk about every day. So what am I going to get upset about? What did he say for me to get upset about? Absolutely nothing. So, it's not going to sway me. You know what I mean?
Oh, right. But so my question is, you know, for the damn folk and stuff like that. I mean, like I said, I really didn't mean it. You know what I'm saying? Now, had it been, okay, so this is my question. If it was face to face, okay, and since a lot of people say, you know, my voice or the way that I talk definitely does not match my face. Okay. So was it looked past because I sound the way that I sound? You know what I'm saying? Or did they just really not get it? You know what I'm saying? So that kind of bothers me a little bit. You know, I mean, just, you know, not saying, oh, y'all should have, you know, drug me down, you know. Please don't. I'm sorry. But you know what I'm saying? You understand what I'm saying?
If you want to drag, you know, this the den, they'll be more than happy to drag you. You know,
I know they would. I know they would. They would try to rip me a new asshole quick, like, and I understand that. But I mean, I'm just saying though, is that why, you know, nobody caught it like they did with him? Because
here's the deal, though. Here's the deal, Miss Lady. You're a liked figure here. Okay. Yeah, nobody, I don't think you cause any ill will or malice to anybody. I know we had a conversation the other day, and you were coming from your point of view, and other people coming from their point of view, and so there may have been, I wouldn't say any tension. It was nothing like on the level, you know, of yesterday's conversation. You know, just a little understanding, little comprehension, people coming from different sides. But you've never approached with any malice or ill intent. You've always been entertaining and participatory. You always share on the confessions and things of that nature. So I think even if it did, I don't think anybody would have assumed that you came with malice. I think part of it is just kind of the way that you're sounding. I think we've become familiar with your voice, and so if it did come out, if it did slip out, I don't think anybody just it blew their mind. Or again, I think, you know, I know other people who have a similar, I won't say speech pattern, but they talk kind of similar to you. I've known several Caucasian women, fans of the BBC, if you will, and they have similar speech patterns, and they have I don't want to say it's a demographic, but so I don't know, I don't think nothing of it. Like, so when you speak, it's like 3 or 4 faces that pop up in my head, you know, just specifically when you talk. And so I mean, and so I don't think of anything negative. You know what I'm saying? And so I just think, because like I say, you're a cool person, there ain't no real issues. Like, ain't no reason to be upset about any of it. Like, don't worry yourself over anything. And I keep telling you, stop with all that damn apologizing and just be you, man. Just, if ain't nobody else say nothing about it, don't even sweat that shit.
True, but like I said, I mean, I really don't, you know what I'm saying? I really don't say that word. Like I said, my husband even try to pressure me into saying that, you know, a couple of my friends, you know, they were like, you black, we all know you black, you know, whatever. And I mean, this is just true statements. I ain't trying to say nothing because I know I'm not, so it's not like that, y'all. But, you know, what I'm saying is, you know what I'm saying, is it really because, you know, is it because I sound the way that I sound that nobody notices? Like, if I was more, you know, proper talking, And I guess what they say, more white talking. Ooh, shit. I about fucked up. But, oh, damn. Okay, I'm good. I'm sorry. I had to make sure with no police around. I just fucked up. Okay.
Running lights and shit.
Right. Oh, my God. I just took this damn turn and turned into the wrong lane. Damn. Okay. But yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like that's just my whole thing. Like I said, when the whole argument started with Mike, you know, like I said, it was just clearly saying his name beyond name, you know, and he didn't mean it in a messed up way, you know what I'm saying? But people caught on to it real quick, like because they know, you know what I'm saying? He called in a couple of times, and he definitely doesn't sound, you know, anything close to what I do, or, you know what I'm saying, whatever. He's, you know, proper, and then plus two, everybody knows that he's Asian by now, you know, whatever. But, so that's what I'm saying. Like, is it because the way that I talk that nobody noticed it, or was it just, you know?
Well, like I said, it could be. I mean, that could be the case. It honestly could be the case that maybe it's the way that you were speaking that nobody picked up on it. And so, you know, it just kind of is what it is. But again, I wouldn't worry about it. I wouldn't even worry about why. I wouldn't worry about the cause, because obviously, trust me, if you were a maligned figure, people would be hanging on every word you said, looking for something to take and run with or something to discredit you with. And so I think people are comfortable when you call. I think people are just kind of, you know, used to you. And so they don't think about it like that. So if you did say it, you know, I don't think, you know, they just kind of listen and getting the what you're generally talking about. I don't think they're like hanging on every word to hopefully, you know, to clown or to say something foolish or to discredit you again, like say undermine you or anything in that kind of way. I think it's just about.
Well, shit, I can't say I said I didn't like Trump. My fingers just stay talking about my ass.
Yeah, that's what I say. More, it was more the political shit motherfucker was on than anything else. I don't think nobody tripping on that, man. Like, don't even worry
I
about
am
that
gonna
shit.
take that advice. Next time it's something political and shit like that, I'm not calling in.
Okay.
That's not my cup of tea. I'm sorry.
I mean, hey, you know, you gotta know your lane. Even when you're driving, you gotta know your lane. You know what I'm saying? I'm just saying.
Okay.
Uh-oh, look what I done done.
All right, but I appreciate it. I just kind of had to put that out there. I don't know, but I do appreciate that.
It's all good. It's all good. Like I said, you're a welcome figure until you flip the script and go on a tirade and start cussing us all out. I think you'll be all right.
Nah, I never go that far. I might call somebody a bitch, but I ain't going that far.
All right. I can rock with that. That's all cool. That's cool.
Okay. All right. Y'all have a good night.
All right. You too. Appreciate the call.
All right.
I know I specifically told y'all when this stream started I wasn't finna fuck with y'all for 5 hours. And look what y'all did. Look what y'all did to me. Look at what y'all did to me. Y'all are bad influences. But we're gonna enjoy it because I'm telling y'all, it's gonna be the last time we go long like this from now on. We're gonna stick to the 2-hour rule, the 5-minute rule. And you know, because like I say, the thing is, it would be different if the Texans were actually doing something in the offseason and I had some shit that I needed to talk about early on Soft Sports, but we ain't got to worry about that. So, but, you know, but when we start getting back to it, I'm going to start doing the 2-hour rule. Because like I said, I want to start actually doing more recorded content throughout the day. And I ain't going to lie, staying up late with y'all, I'll be bringing in better content. Oh, I forgot about. Sorry about y'all's ears. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening?
If your kids wanna suck a little dick tonight, I'm the dad who wants to party with you.
Boring. Come on, you gotta do better than that. Come on, man. You gotta have something better than that.
And if your kids wanna rock out, you better pull your cocks out.
No, not impressive. You gotta do better. Try again. Call back and try again. Yeah. I mean, here's my deal, man. I like a good troll. I have no problem with a good troll. Even when the motherfuckers came in last time and they were doing all that off the wall shit, there was a couple of funny fucking jokes in there, and I tried my best not to laugh, but the shit is funny. If it's funny, it's fucking funny. All right? I don't care about none of the shit. Man, shit's lame. Like, oh, figure something out. Like, that shit there is snore. You know what I mean? Like, if it's funny is funny, dog. Like I said, you're gonna have to do a whole lot before you're gonna offend me. It's gonna be a whole lot. And you most likely not gonna be able to do that shit unless you in person. And you know, it just is what it is. So, I mean, you know, but people are bored and, you know, it's the internet. People are going to do what they do. You know, I couldn't find the time to do it, but it is what it is. So, but there was a call. Somebody had called in. I seen a number earlier that was an interesting number. I don't know if it was the number I thought it was. And I was hoping that they would call back in. Oh man. No, there was a call, a very interesting number that called in. And I was hoping that they called in twice. I think I was on the phone with Miss Rashida. And I was trying to see who it might be. See, my singing's better than that. Ooh, 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 ooh. No, I'm just fucking with y'all. But it was somebody we ain't heard from. I'm assuming, I don't know, again, because I don't know everybody's number. Certain numbers I know, certain numbers I don't. And certain numbers be looking familiar, and I'll be like, I don't really know, but I'll be saving them and shit. But again, you know, I'm hoping it would be a great one, especially for this being probably one of the last of the long dens. It would be great if this person would call it. I would hope to hear. We haven't heard from this person in a long time. So it is what it is. It would be great to hear, but I don't know. I might have been wrong. I might have been incorrect on the number. You know, might have been incorrect on the number. I might have just assumed. But yeah, so after playing tri-ball today, which is going to be the next big sport, I'm telling y'all, the next big sport. You know, I realized I am a fat ass. I am a fucking fat ass. Yeah. And so I definitely got to get on my shit. Because it's one thing, you know, to talk about, you know, I'm going to get back in shape. I'm going to do this. And you're just not really, when you don't really, you ain't really doing anything. It's not like I had been playing any kind of sports or any of that nature. But getting out there today and being a little bit competitive, I'm going to be honest. Had a chance to make a play and my flag got to, well, actually my flag fell off because my fucking waist was too goddamn big. But nah, I was trying to make play. I was like, oh, did I pull a groin in this bitch? I had to start gyrating and shit. But that shit is fun, man. I ain't gonna lie. That fucking shit is fun. It's a fun game. All right, Miss Lady Listens, look, you keep your eyes on the road. The eyes you got in the chat, you keep them eyes on the road. So thanks for letting them play tri-ball. It was no contact today, as we're still getting, you know, we're still learning the rules and things like that. But once we start getting that shit jumping, I'm telling you, that shit's gonna be live. I like that shit. I think Jared's on to something with that. All right, D-Love. I think Jared's on to something with that because I think it's gonna be a dope ass game. But unfortunately, you know, we were having too much fun and sadly the goal got destroyed. But it was it was exciting. It was cool. But so, you know, just like I say, doing that, and you know, I ain't gonna lie, I was getting a little winded, but my pride wouldn't let me sub out. And but I'm just like, yeah, today is it. Today's the last of my bullshit. And yeah, I've been in the fucking den too long. I can't go to Taco Bell. Y'all didn't want me to go to Taco Bell. Y'all did this to me. And I'm just fucking with y'all because Whataburger stays open. So fuck it. But last night of my bullshit, it's a feeling. I gotta lose it because next time Tri-Ball comes around, I gotta be in better shape. And then after that, I gotta be in even a little bit better shape. Fuck that, Joe. I gotta actually start running because even when I was going to the gym, it wasn't, you know, it ain't helping my endurance. I gotta actually get my endurance up. Excuse me. I gotta start doing some more footwork. I was doing some footwork with the little ones, so that's probably the only reason I was halfway decent. But I really got to start doing some more with these hip flexors. You know, I got to get my hips back. My hips is stiff. You know what I'm saying? And then it's all this extra weight sitting on my fucking knees is definitely not helping. I could stand to lose. I could probably stand to lose a good 60 pounds. I could definitely lose a good 60 pounds. But yeah, I saw Cash was saying that yeah, I'm old. Hey, watch out there now. You were saying, I was looking at them games you were saying that you were fucking with. I know you said Witcher 3. And a bunch of people have been telling me about that. And so I definitely did check it out because it was like cheap. It was cheap the other day, but a lot of people are saying it's like one of the greatest games they ever played. And then, okay, I see what you said. Assassin's Creed. Honestly, look, I haven't played Assassin's Creed. Honestly, it's like Assassin's Creed 2. That was it for me. I've been out of there since then. But yes, you know, and that's what I need. That's what I like. That's what I like. I need good stories. I hate games with shitty stories. Like that's what I get again. Like gameplay is good, you know, and all that stuff is cool, but I need a good story. That's what I'm all about. But, you know, there's that. So realize that the men have gotten soft. Rashida says y'all ladies need to get y'all asses in the kitchen and let your men play video games. I'm with that. Okay. So I guess I'll have to fuck with The Witcher. And then, man, I wanted to fuck with that new Far Cry, but I heard it wasn't all that great. The New Dawn or whatever. But I'm kind of curious if it's a continuation of the story from Far Cry 5, which I found to be interesting. Not yet. I'm gonna try to give us a solid 5. So we got about 18 minutes left. I'm gonna try to make it. I'm not gonna try to drain it out too much longer than that. But okay, I'm gonna take it or leave it. I like Far Cry though. I wish Far Cry the multiplayer would have got more love. I fucked with it for a little bit. Now I like their, you know, the little created maps and all that shit. I thought that shit was cool. But as far as it really was always be like I get on this, always be the same motherfuckers playing it. All right, DeMarcus, appreciate it. But I did like the motherfuckers who recreated a lot of those 007 GoldenEye maps. I thought that was pretty nifty. Yeah. But I don't know. What's on your mind then, folks? Like I said, I'm trying to get y'all a solid 5. So y'all can't say I'll be selling y'all short. Because tomorrow y'all getting 2 hours. Y'all better be calling in early and ready and have your thoughts together, players. Because 2 hours is what it is. Man, you ain't lying. I wish all these fucking companies weren't just out for the money. I wish like people would want to go back to giving great gameplay experiences. And my thing is this, you know, motherfuckers selling you these incomplete games and, you know, everything that goes with it. It's odd though, because, you know, video game prices haven't changed much. You know, you're kind of getting more game, I guess you could say that. But fuck, as long as you gotta wait, why don't you give us a whole fucking game? I'm pretty sure you'd sell more if you did that instead of giving these half-ass shitty fucking games. And, you know, you buy the fucking shit, it comes out, you still gotta wait fucking a week or two before they fix all the bugs and shit in that shit. It's terrible. But what's on your mind, Heidi? You still had a good topic, and I've been trying to figure out where to fit it in. And it actually probably would have been a good day to fit that in today. The one you mentioned in the conversation. And I've been looking for a good place to plug that in. Probably after yesterday's show, today would have been a great day to plug it in. But, you know, I kind of want to save it because I didn't expect, because I knew the fight was tonight, so I didn't know what kind of, I don't know, that sounds like some German kinky shit. But, you know, I was trying to find a good place to put it. So it was probably going to be, well, I talked about men today, so I got to talk about women on Monday. I can't let y'all slide. And then, so probably Tuesday, I think would be a good day, unless some kind of fucking crazy tragedy happens. It's crazy. It's wild. The shit that people will do. But what I have found interesting, yeah, it's in my workout playlist, Dr. Rabbit. That, what's his name? It's not Inicio del Toro. What's that guy's name? Inicio something. But the guy who did a lot of those old Western soundtracks. I just listen to those from time to time. Like, I just like play old Westerns and fucking act like I'm a badass cowboy. God damn it. Draw, motherfucker. Monster of Resident Evil 2. Yeah, I heard about that Resident Evil 2. Inicio Morricone. That's his name? That Morricone? That's his name? I got it in my fucking thing. Cowboy game. What's up? And again, I've seen that Red Dead, the online hasn't been getting that much love, but I don't think even that it's just, I only played it one time and then never played it again, but I think it's more so people love all the extra futuristic shit that you can do with games like Grand Theft Auto. I think, you know, the Western theme it's limiting, and it's all right. People want the futuristic over the top shit, you know. And that's what they prefer. But the story was good. The story was very good. That's the dude? Okay. Yeah, because like I said, I know I got it in my fucking playlist. This fucking... Yeah, that's it. You're absolutely right. Who am I thinking of then? Yeah, because I listen to a bunch of soundtracks like Hans Zimmer, weird shit like that. I said all that shit. It's just dude playing 50 hours to get enough money to buy a gun. Well, I ain't got time for that shit. I still got some little things in the store I guess I could finish up and then go from that. But like I say, man, I honestly, like I'm telling you, I've stopped listening to shit. I really just listen to instrumentals, man. I have not even caught, because Currency and Wiz did, 2009? I haven't listened to that. And I like Wiz. I like Wiz too. You know, Wiz is all right. I ain't gonna say I'm just a big fan of Wiz, but Wiz is all right. But I'm a fan of Currency. I want to say, did Nipsey drop a new single or something like that? And I've been out to loop. I haven't even listened to that J. Cole Middle Child. I have no idea. Wouldn't know it if you played it right now. And so again, like I said, I've just been out the loop as far as music. I've been listening to fucking Jim Rohn with beats behind it, shit like that, Eric Thomas and shit like that. You know, I don't know why. Maybe I need to catch up. Maybe so I can relate to the youth. Listen to some of this new cool music. But I don't, man. I just I don't know. It's just hard for me to get into. It's tough. Oh my God. Oh my God. My God. You gotta leave my boy Roman alone, man. You be giving my boy Roman a hard time. You talk about me giving Kenneth a hard time. Roman got 100,000 different names. Oh man. Shout out to Roman. It's your boy Roman. I'm trying to think. Let me think. Let me see. Who has catchphrases when they call in? Jay Dizzle has Professor Dizzle. Roman has It's Your Boy Roman. Josh is It's Your Boy Josh again. Edman is blank space. Then it's Edman. Let me see who else. Who else has it? Who else got some? Like, who else has a fucking an intro basically when they call? Got some more minutes. It's prepaid, Mike. What else? Who else we got? I don't know, man. But I think that's cool, man. I think that's like, I like that shit. I think that shit is super dope. You know what I'm saying? I think that shit is super dope. I like that shit. I think those things are cool. Like, by people's intros, you can definitely tell. You can tell perfect. Yeah, that's when Wink called in. We call it that perfect. Or he do the one from what is it? Not Goodfellas. Is it Casino? Whichever line it is. I'm horrible with movies. Alright, how you doing, Ali? Good to see you. Good to see you. I hope all is well. I hope the universe is finding things in your favor. So, somebody in what was it, Sugarland, won $1 million from the Powerball. They didn't win the whole thing, but they won like Bob. Isn't Bob Dylan the one that said that he made the deal with the devil? Or in so many words or something like that. He had to pay his due. I see what you did there, Heidi. Okay. Dylan's very interesting. I was saying something before. I fucking forgot where I was going with that. Yeah. Oh. Well, now that's Heidi. Tell us how you really feel. But yeah, man. So, got a question. None of us are gonna win it, but it's always good to fantasize, right? Hopefully nobody wins. Then it goes up really high, and then I can win it next week. But the Powerball is like about 500 million, something like that. What would you do with $500 million? I think that might need to be a topic. And then when the lottery's like really, really high, make that a topic for whatever. I got to really debate if I'm going to go to Whataburger after. Whataburger after the stream. This is decisions like a motherfucker. Buy your own little community. Hookers and cocaine. Sports owner. I get 500 million. I think I'd take a little bit of everything you guys had said. Buy a cheap team like the Bucks and make it. You need Morey. That's what you need. But you can't afford more. You buy the Bucks, you won't be able to afford more. Morey will make them the greatest. Build, I definitely agree. And that's something I've talked about a long time. I'd fucking build a community. Me and Baker, man, remember it was a high ass Powerball some years back. We were talking about that shit. I steal some of his ideas. I'd probably build a community, put some walls up. This would be like a fucking castle. It'd be, homes inside, relatively priced. It wouldn't be too big. Take care of certain folks. Not everybody. Everybody don't get to get in. Have snipers on top of the wall and a moat. A moat with alligators. Yes. Go to school, invest, start your own companies. Hopefully kids will be all set up. Okay, interesting. You create an LLC and build the community under that LLC. You can build your community under my LLC. We'll welcome you in. But see, exactly, umbrella. Gucci umbrella. But no, see, this is where y'all ain't getting it though, And the wall could work. Trump's wall could work. But he's not thinking next level. And I just gave y'all the game. He's just talking about a fucking wall. Moat, motherfucker. You gotta have a moat. What good is a wall without a fucking moat? Okay? That's what you gotta have. If you don't have a fucking moat with fucking alligators, okay? Which, hold on. Yeah, you gotta have alligators, because alligators have the wide mouth, right? Can sharks and alligators live, what is it, cohesively? Can they coexist? I mean, yeah, Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You gotta have the fucking moat, man. Sharks with fucking laser beams attached to their heads. All right. But that's what I'm saying. You have gators. I think the gators are the wide mouth, right? Or the wider ones. I think the crocodiles are the slimmer ones. I don't know which one is which. But you got to have a variety, just in case people get crafty. Because sometimes those sharks be bitching up. I heard somebody punch a shark in the nose and it let go. Alligator ain't going for that shit. Alligator's like a fucking pit bull. You know what I'm saying? That bitch gonna lock on. It's a wrap. Whatever it catches on, it ain't coming back. Might as well say, oh, whoa. Too soon for that one there, Dr. Rabbit. Oh, man. Work it out. It's hot sun in the Middle East. No time for you two. Man, hey, McFish, you got to get it, man. You got to get it. Hey, man, that's you, but glad you could stop by and say what's up. Snakes in the river, put Honey Badger in there. I would challenge Honey Badger to a fight. As out of shape as I am right now. Level that little motherfucker. It's a little bitty man. I don't care what fucking weights and shit and all that other shit he fucking lifting. I'd fuck that little motherfucker. I can't agree with those words that came out of your mouth. You watch your mouth too, Heidi. I'll fight you too. I'll fight you and Honey Badger in a handicap match. How about that? Oh man, I'm definitely gonna be on the Sauce stream tomorrow, talking plenty of shit. Like, I feel bad. I really do feel bad. Because I was that guy. I was the guy. I defended. And the reason why I still defend the Rockets, the Rockets at least attempt to make moves. At least I can't fault a team for trying to do something. Right now, you're in the day and age of the Warriors. Warriors are a super fucking team. They don't have that dynasty, or they don't have Durant. I think the Rockets run the Warriors last year. Chris Paul stays healthy. We know what happens. regardless of how you feel. Any other setup besides this Warrior super team, the Rockets have them a ring by now. I honestly believe that. Regardless of everything else, they keep running to that wall. They won't climb it. There's a moat around it. But Astros, I don't even know shit about baseball, but I know they're making moves. I know that they're making attempts to do things. They already just recently won them once, so I'm not even mad at them. They did what they had to do. Sooner they took a risk on. But the Texans, the fucking Texans, it hurts my heart. It hurts my heart. And it's like, it's so obvious. I agree with you. Romeo Cornell is so obvious. Like, this man, you know, we had the number one rush defense, or we had whatever. That sounds good, but who in the NFL, one, really runs the ball like that? Maybe 5 or 6 teams that are really run dominant like that. If that. And then you have the guy who used to look good, but again, you go back and you look at what quarterbacks are being played, and people don't want to feel like if the last year didn't prove it to you with a last place schedule, and you really go back and look at these teams that we played. Again, I'm enjoying the ride while we're on the ride. You know what I mean? And that was cool because, you know, any given Sunday, anything can happen. But when you just literally got outclassed by a rookie head coach, and this is your 5th year, this man is now in your division. It wasn't even the coach that they wanted, the coach that just fell into their lap. When the guy who was under you, I'm not talking sports in the den. That don't get me frustrated. Oh, man. Well, y'all got Le'Veon. That's something to, I guess, be happy about. Oh, man. I don't blame him, man. I can't blame him. And this is my thing, and like when you look at the Chiefs, they were right there. What did they do? Fire the DC. Did not do a good enough job. Well, you know, if the offense was hurt. Deshaun did what he could. Hop was hurt. You had a bunch of podunk no names out there running routes, can't catch the ball. And I'm not making an excuse for them because it should have been better. But when your defense gets basically scored on 3 times consecutively and you can't stop shit, and the day that you decide to give up the run, have you been consistent all year against a guy that you've seen for the 3rd fucking time and you can't stop him, and y'all are okay going with this same duo back into this, I have nothing for the Texans. I have nothing for Texans fans that I can say positive. People, you guys are being so negative. You'll see. It doesn't matter how good these players are, because when it counts and you're playing the best, but even if you do go to the playoffs, this is when coaching is a factor. Talent has gotten you through so far this season. This is where coaching is a factor. You're going to get exposed, and it's unfortunate. It doesn't mix because we're happy. I've realized we're just happy to have a team. We don't really want to win a Super Bowl. We want to say we do, but we're happy to have a fucking team. Now you watch your mouth. You watch your mouth about that college football. All right. You're not even going to go there. All right. The Rice Owls. That's the only one that's good. Anyway. Oh, it's a sad day. It's not a sad day. It's actually a pretty good day. But my friends in the den, you said we had to let the game before we still won. No, yeah, that's the whole thing. What are Tigers? I don't know. Is that Detroit? But here's the deal. My friends in the den, I appreciate y'all. And I'm going to get ready to wind it down. I said I was going to give y'all the 5 hours. We're going to get to that. I said I wasn't going to give y'all fucking 5 hours, so I contradicted myself, and I did it anyway. I should have stopped at like 4:59. But I like y'all. I fucks with y'all. And talking shit to Heidi for a few minutes. It is what it is. No politics tonight. politics are apparently a fire starter and an alternate fucking username bringer outer, but it is what it is. Who do you think you are? Heidi, Robert Horry? Think not. Come on. Is Robert Horry like the most liked guy in basketball? Because Houston fans actually like him. San Antonio fans like him, or at least Western Conference basketball. Lakers fans like him. San Antonio fans like him. Houston fans like him. Can any other player say that? But you know what's funny? You know what's funny? No, Rihanna's not the most liked guy. You know what's super funny about Josh Allen? You know what's super funny about some of these rookie quarterbacks that came in last year? Going into their second year, even though their years were all right, Baker Mayfield, Josh Allen, guys like this, coaches are surrounding them with offensive line talent. They're going out and making plays to upgrade the talent around them. You know who's not doing that? Going into their third year. I'll let you guys take a wild guess and we'll talk about it in the sauce tomorrow. But with that being said, all my friends at Den, thank you. I appreciate all the calls, appreciate all the love, and you guys are great. I appreciate all of y'all. Y'all are splendid people, and I enjoy the conversation, no matter how wild it may get. It is. Oh, I don't even want to talk about that. If Manziel ever touches the league again, that's a whole different conversation. I'm just sad. We started talking about Texas. My day was good. Started talking about Texas. I'm telling y'all, I'm generally happy throughout the day. Enjoy it. Start talking fucking Texans and my day gets fucking ruined. Shit, even the Titans, they went and got them a backup that they thought was decent. They got rid of Gabbert. Got Tannehill. I ain't even talk about this shit. I'm out of here, man. I'm out of here. I appreciate it. I fucks with y'all. Look, y'all ain't got to go home. It's late as hell. Y'all got to go to Whataburger. That's what I'm finna fucking do. It's going to be my last burger for a long fucking time. But y'all be cool like y'all be cool. I appreciate all of y'all. Play Tri-Ball. Go follow at Tri-Ball League on the Twitters and the Grams if you ain't already. You can see Fat Honcho out there running around, throwing around a Tri-Ball. But with that being said, I'm out, man. Oh, let me get rid of that. And all right, now we cool. Now I'm out. Good night to you all. You all have a wonderful evening. You're great people. The best people. I said that with Donald Trump hands.